What do I give? How do I live in this life of ours? All I know is that I take plenty from here under the stars. I won't revive, I won't relive. I accept what I've done and I forgive. What do I give? How do I live in this life of ours? All I know is that I take plenty from here under the stars. I won't revive, I won't relive. I accept what I've done and I forgive. What do I give? How do I live in this life of ours? All I know is that I take plenty from here under the stars. I won't revive, I won't relive. I accept what I've done and I forgive. Nebulous days lead me to ravenous haze. Nebulous days lead me to ravenous haze, which will block my gaze. Illusory ways make feelings that don't stay. In and out they face. Is it always that? My tangible wishes are just out of reach. Nebulous days lead me to ravenous haze, which will block my gaze. Illusory ways make feelings that don't stay. In and out they face. Is it always that? My intangible wishes are just out of reach.
やれやれ。退屈だと言って何も行動せず、刺激を求める割には挑戦しない。
Feelings that don't stay. Feelings that don't stay. Feelings that don't stay.
いいかい埼玉市。人生は当てのない旅だよ。新しい景色を見るためには自分で道を切り開くしかないんだ。
Is it always that? Is it always that? My intangible wishes are just out of reach. Are just out of reach. Is it always that? Is it always that?
We're in. We're live. So,
Immerse the device in liquid, even partially.
this should be fun. I should probably leave for this, huh? This seems kind of dangerous. You guys don't do this without me. Uh-oh. Oh. Let's do it. Yeah.
Begone, thought.
Hello. Is there grapefruit in real life? Yeah, it's me. I'm that. How should? Oh, this is kind of amazing and kind of dumb. Are you guys ready for this? Alright, we're not done though. That's it.
Lately when we talk, we get confused, so I choose to stay quiet for fear of hurting you. For fear of losing you, and I both know that. Lately when we talk, we get confused, so I choose to stay quiet for fear of hurting you. For fear of losing you, and I both know that.
It's been forever.
We may have grown apart, but we have grown nonetheless, and we can start again. And then, at last, we can be genuine.
I think she may need a little more time. Yeah.
You and I both know that.
How come we didn't spend more time together? Why didn't we just talk to each other more? Why?
Join me for an adventure, oh, much like any other, with twists and turns and plot devices, words and wonder. Now my advice is listen close. What makes this story different is the teller and the told. This one's ours and it's waiting to unfold. So come be merry with me. Oh, come be merry with me. Come on, be merry with me. Join me for an adventure, oh, much like any other, with twists and turns and plot devices, words and wonder. Now my advice is listen close. What makes this story different is the teller and the told. This one's ours and it's waiting to unfold. Hello? Aha! Sorry, a little technical difficulty there. How's everybody doing? I pray everybody has had an uber dandy day. Sorry, pardon me. I'm getting a couple things more situated. Okay. Now, hello there. How are we? You had to clean stuff all day. I know the feeling. I hope it wasn't too much of a slog though. Did you at least have some fun with it? Here or there? Maybe? And I know it can be tough, but cleaning is good. Actually, funnily enough, the amount of cleaning we do there has led me to not clean as much here at my own house. Because by the time I would get home, I'd cleaned so many things. How could I possibly clean another? But I have some cleaning of my own to do this week to catch up. I know, dude. I'm diggity darn cleaned out. Well, heck yeah. My day's been pretty nice. It's been pretty relaxed. Taking it easy. I actually didn't even have practice today since I believe my coach was just getting back in town tonight. So I will instead have practice tomorrow. Yeah, that ought to be good. Looking forward to it, but that left today with some extra time. I wound up working on a little bit of music. The song that I've been working on that was being worked on for the D&D campaign, since it's no longer, the campaign won't be on here anymore, so I still wanted to use the song for something, so I'm revamping it to no longer be sung in the brittle voice, in the brittle voice, and instead having it be in just like sung and done how I so choose. Oh, word up. Go get yourself some cookies, dude. You earned it. But yeah, you guys know the one I'm talking about. The do they look back at us as we gaze at the stars? That little ditty. Yeah, I'm working on that one. Got some of the recording done today, and I'm pretty happy with it. I'm excited. It's revamping it has re-sparked my my love for the song. What am I drinking? I'm drinking some kombucha. The trilogy, as it is called. Yeah, dude, kombucha is good for the tum. And today, I ate past the point of satisfied for dinner. You guys know what I'm talking about? Where, I'm basically saying, like, I overate at dinner. So my tummy is relatively unhappy. But nothing like some good kombucha to settle the tum. Yeah, dude, I haven't done it in a long time. Normally, I'm pretty good about like eating to the point of satisfaction, and then if there's still stuff left, I save it for later. Normally I'm good with balancing stuff out, like proportion wise and all that. But tonight, dude, threw that all out the window. But hey, it does happen. Yeah. I'm excited to get back into some Percy Jackson. We've got the Battle of the Labyrinth tonight. I certainly try to be. A healthy body leads to a healthy mind, as they say. And heavens knows my mind needs all the help it can get. As I'm sure I'm not in my own boat. Sure others feel the same. Yeah, dude, you feel me. It's true, dude, and that's why like I strive to do like healthy things. Even I mean I can even feel the effects of like overeating jumping into the stream here. You know? Like I have that in the back of my head now and in my tummy going like, "Hey, Mitch, what have you done? What have you done? You overate, you fool. Now how will you ever entertain the masses?" But that's inner dialogue that doesn't need to be paid any mind to. Let's see. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and views on bigfollows.com? Why, of course. God, guys, sorry. This is really important. I gotta get on this right now. and ban this person. Dude, they found me. They found me, dude. Why? Why? I went a long time without those spam bots popping up offering me billions of views. But now it's been every stream. That's I don't know. It's annoying, I would say. But I'll try not to make like a huge deal about it each time. Well, are you guys ready for the recap? May, might wanna, if you are looking to not have anything spoiled, if you are on a previous book from the Battle of the Labyrinth, then please mute the stream at this current time. And I will do this maneuver once the recap is done. So last we left off, our heroes entered the diggity darn labyrinth. They went on in there. Grover fairly hesitantly. They went on in, found themselves in a dark, dreary setting. Occasionally it would be sewers. Then next it would be old Roman or Greek architecture. It would go from old tunnels to new, back and forth, seemingly. And whenever they would get to the older side of things, they thought to themselves, "Oh good, oh goody, because we're getting closer to the center, which is what they're looking for." But alas, every time they got to something older, next thing they know, they'd be back in the newer side of things. There was a encounter with this two-headed being, I believe. Either that or these two twins that were apparently one entity known as Janus that questioned Annabeth, the leader of this specific quest. They questioned her simply on the question of, will you go left or will you go right? But Percy had a feeling that it went deeper than that, as the question really shook Annabeth and seemed to rattle her, believing there to be a greater
um uh a greater choice, or rather a graver choice that will come for Annabeth soon enough. And Annabeth doubts that she will be ready for it. Thankfully, Janice nearly had Annabeth in tears when Hera, the wife of Zeus, showed up out of the blue and was like, "Janice, get the heck out of here, dude. What are you doing?" And Janice was like, oh gee willikers. And he skedaddled. Hera swooped on in and was like, "Hey y'all, I really want to help here, but I can only help sometimes because Zeus is a dummy head." And you know, us being all powerful beings and junk, we can't do too much or else it wouldn't be fair. I don't think that part was said, but that's what I imagine. She swooped on in, fed our heroes a bunch of peanut butter sandwiches. At least Tyson specifically ate a bunch of peanut butter sandwiches. So they filled their bellies, and Hera kind of keyed them in on what it is they ought to be doing. Her help and her aid was advice this time around. She offered Annabeth in particular a wish. And Annabeth's wish was, "I want a way to navigate the labyrinth." And Hera looked at her and said, "But my dear, that's an easy one. That you already have within your grasp." I think I have an idea of what that meant, but Annabeth was left bewildered. And just like that, as soon as Hera came, she left. And down the right hall came a big noise. Some kind of very large creature was lumbering down the right chamber, making their decision of whether to go right or left a whole lot easier. So we left off with our heroes about to go down the left chamber, and presumably further into the labyrinth. Recap done. Now, we will move on to the actual reading. Strap in, guys. Get comfy, get cozy. Warm yourself up with a blanket, throw on a sweatshirt or something, and get ready for a little bedtime story. Nothing like it. So, this is Percy Jackson and the Battle of the Labyrinth by Rick Riordan. Seven. Tyson leads a jailbreak. The good news: the left tunnel was straight with no side exits, twists, or turns. The bad news: it was a dead end. After sprinting 100 yards, we ran into an enormous boulder that completely blocked our path. Behind us, the sounds of dragging footsteps and heavy breathing echoed down the corridor. Something, definitely not human, was on our tail. "Tyson," I said, "can you..." "Yes!" He slammed his shoulder against the rock so hard, the whole tunnel shook. Dust trickled from the stone ceiling. "Hurry!" Grover said. "Don't bring the roof down! But hurry!" The boulder finally gave way with a horrible grinding noise. Tyson pushed it into a small room and we dashed through behind it. "Close the entrance," Annabeth said. We all got on the other side of the boulder and pushed. Whatever was chasing us wailed in frustration as we heaved the rock back into place and sealed the corridor. "We trapped it," I said. "We trapped ourselves," Grover said. I turned. We were in a 20-foot square cement room, and the opposite wall was covered with metal bars. We tunneled straight into a cell. "What in Hades?" Annabeth tugged on the bars. They didn't budge. Through the bars we could see rows of cells in a ring around a dark courtyard. At least 3 stories of metal doors and metal catwalks. "A prison," I said. "Maybe Tyson can break..." "Shh," said Grover. "Listen." Somewhere above us, deep sobbing echoed through the building. There was another sound too. A raspy voice muttering something that I couldn't make out. The words were strange, like rocks in a tumbler. "What's that language?" I whispered. Tyson's eye widened. "Can't be." "What?" I asked. He grabbed 2 bars on our cell door and bent them wide enough for even a cyclops to slip through. "Wait!" Grover called, but Tyson wasn't about to wait. We ran after him. The prison was dark, only a few dim fluorescent lights flickering above. "I know this place," Annabeth told me. "This is Alcatraz." "You mean that island near San Francisco?" She nodded. "My school took a field trip here. It's like a museum." It didn't seem possible that we could have popped out of the labyrinth on the other side of the country, but Annabeth had been living in San Francisco all year, keeping an eye on Mount Tamalpais, just across the bay. She probably knew what she was talking about. "Freeze," Grover warned. But Tyson kept going. Grover grabbed his arm and pulled him back with all his strength. "Stop, Tyson!" he whispered. "Oh, stop, Tyson!" he whispered. "Can't you see it?" I looked where he was pointing, and my stomach did a somersault. On the second-floor balcony, across the courtyard, was a monster more horrible than anything I'd ever seen before. It was sort of like a centaur, with a woman's body from the waist up, but instead of a horse's lower body, it had the body of a dragon, at least 20 feet long. Black and scaly, with enormous claws and a barbed tail. Her legs looked like they were tangled in vines, but then I realized they were sprouting snakes. Hundreds of vipers darting around, constantly looking for something to bite. The woman's hair was also made out of snakes, like Medusa's. Weirdest of all, around her waist, where the woman part met the dragon part, her skin bubbled and morphed, occasionally producing the heads of animals, a vicious wolf, a bear, a lion, as if she were wearing a belt of ever-changing creatures. I got the feeling I was looking at something half-formed. A monster so old, it was from the beginning of time, before shapes had been fully defined. "It's her," Tyson whimpered. "Get down," Grover said. We crouched in the shadows, but the monster wasn't paying us any attention. It seemed to be talking to someone inside a cell on the second floor. That's where the sobbing was coming from. The dragon woman said something in her weird, rumbling language. "What's she saying?" I muttered. "What's that language?" "That
the tongue of the old times.
Tyson shivered.
What Mother Earth spoke to Titans and her other children before the gods.
You understand it? I asked. Can you translate? Tyson closed his eyes and began to speak in a horrible, raspy woman's voice. You will work for the master of... Oh, you will work for the master or suffer. Annabeth shuddered. I hate it when he does that. Like all Cyclopses, Tyson had superhuman hearing and an uncanny ability to mimic voices. It was almost like he entered a trance when he spoke in other voices. I will not serve, Tyson said in a deep, wounded voice. He switched to the monster's voice. And I shall enjoy your pain, Briaz. Tyson faltered when he said that name. I'd never heard him break character when he was mimicking somebody, but he let out a strangled gulp. Then he continued in the monster's voice. If you thought your first imprisonment was unbearable, you have yet to feel true torment. Think on this until I return. The dragon lady trumped toward the stairwell, vipers hissing around her legs like grass skirts. She spread wings that I hadn't noticed before. Huge bat wings she kept folded against her dragon back. She leapt off the catwalk and soared across the courtyard. We crouched lower in the shadows. A hot sulphurous wind blasted my face as the monster flew over. Then she disappeared around the corner. Horrible, Grover said. I've never smelled any monster that strong.
Cyclops' worst nightmare,
Tyson murmured.
Compe.
Who? I asked. Tyson swallowed.
Every Cyclops knows about her. Stories about her scare us when we're babies. She was our jailer in the bad years.
Annabeth nodded. I remember now. When the Titans ruled, they imprisoned Gaia and Orianos' earlier children. The Cyclopses and the Hecatoncheires. The Heca what? I asked. The 100-handed ones, she said. They called them that because, well, they had 100 hands. They were elder brothers of the Cyclops.
Very powerful,
Tyson said.
Wonderful. As tall as the sky. So strong it could break mountains.
Cool, I said. Unless you're a mountain.
Compe was the jailer,
He said.
She worked for Kronos. She kept our brothers locked up in Tartarus, tortured them always, until Zeus came. He killed Compe, and freed Cyclopses and 100-handed ones to help fight against the Titans in a big war.
And now Compe is back, I said.
Bad,
Tyson summed up. So who's in that cell? I asked. You said a name?
Briares!
Tyson perked up.
He is a 100-handed one. They are as tall as the sky, and...
Yeah, I said. They break mountains. I looked up at the cells above us, wondering how something as tall as the sky could fit in a tiny cell, and why he was crying. I guess we should check it out, Annabeth said, before Campe comes back. As we approached the cell, the weeping got louder. When I first saw the creature inside, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. He was human size, and his skin was very pale, the color of milk. He wore a loincloth, like a big diaper. His feet seemed too big for his body, with cracked, dirty toenails, 8 toes on each foot. But the top half of his body was the weird part. He made Janice look downright normal. His chest sprouted more arms than I could count, in rows, all around his body. The arms looked like normal arms, but there were so many of them, all tangled together, that his chest looked kind of like a forkful of spaghetti somebody had twirled together. Several of his hands were covering his face as he sobbed. "Either the sky isn't as tall as it used to be," I murmured, "or he's short." Tyson didn't pay any attention. He fell to his knees.
Briares!
He called. The sobbing stopped.
Great hundred-handed one!
Tyson said.
Help us!
Briares looked up. His face was long and sad, with a crooked nose and bad teeth. He had deep brown eyes. I mean completely brown, with no whites or black pupils, like eyes formed out of clay.
Run while you can, Cyclops,
Briares said miserably.
I cannot even help myself. You are a hundred-handed one,
Tyson insisted.
You can do anything.
Briares wiped his nose with 5 or 6 hands. Several others were fidgeting with little pieces of metal and wood from a broken bed, the way Tyson always played with spare parts. It was amazing to watch. The hands seemed to have a mind of their own. They built a toy boat out of wood, then disassembled it just as fast. Other hands were scratching at the cement floor for no apparent reason. Others were playing rock, paper, scissors. A few others were making ducky and doggy shadow puppets against the wall.
I cannot,
Briares moaned.
Campe is back. The Titans will rise and throw us back into Tartarus. Put on your brave face,
Tyson said. Immediately, Briares' face morphed into something else. Same brown eyes, but otherwise totally different features. He had an upturned nose, arched eyebrows, and a weird smile, like he was trying to act brave. But then his face turned back to what it had been before.
No good,
he said.
My scared face keeps coming back.
How did you do that? I asked. Annabeth elbowed me. Don't be rude. The hundred-handed ones have 50 different faces. Must make it hard to get a yearbook picture, I said. Tyson was still entranced.
It will be okay, Briares. We will help you. Can I have your autograph?
Briares sniffled.
Do you have 100 pens?
Guys, Grover interrupted. We have to get out of here. Campe will be back. She'll sense us sooner or later. Break the bars, Annabeth said.
Yes,
Tyson said, smiling proudly.
Briares can do it. He is very strong. Stronger than Cyclops even. Watch!
Briareus whimpered. A dozen of his hands started playing patty cake, but none of them made any attempt to break the bars. If he's so strong, I said, why is he stuck in jail? Annabeth ribbed me again. He's terrified, she whispered. Campe imprisoned him in Tartarus for thousands of years. How would you feel? The 100-handed one covered his face again.
Briareus,
Tyson asked.
What is wrong? Show us your great strength.
Tyson, Annabeth said. I think you'd better break the bars. Tyson's smile melted slowly.
I will break the bars,
He repeated. He grabbed the cell door and ripped it off its hinges like it were made of wet clay. Come on, Briareus, Annabeth said. Let's get you out of here. She held out her hand. For a second, Briareus' face morphed to a hopeful expression. Several of his arms reached out, but twice as many slapped them away.
I cannot,
He said.
She will punish me.
It's all right, Annabeth promised. You fought the Titans before, and you won, remember?
I remember the war.
Briareus' face morphed again. Furrowed brow and a pouting mouth. His brooding face.
Lightning shook the world. We threw many rocks. The Titans and the monsters almost won. Now they are getting strong again. Campe said so.
Don't listen to her, I said. Come on. He didn't move. I knew Grover was right. We didn't have much time before Campe returned. But I couldn't just leave him here. Tyson would cry for weeks. One game of rock, paper, scissors, I blurted out. If I win, you come with us. If I lose, we'll leave you in jail. Annabeth looked at me like I was crazy. Briareus' face morphed to doubtful.
I always win rock, paper, scissors.
Then let's do it. I pounded my fist in my palm 3 times. Briareus did the same with all 100 hands, which sounded like an army marching 3 steps forward. He came up with a whole avalanche of rocks, a classroom set of scissors, and enough paper to make a fleet of airplanes.
I told you,
He said sadly.
I always...
His face morphed to confusion.
What is that you have made?
A gun, I told him, showing him my finger gun. It was a trick Paul Blowfist had pulled on me, but I wasn't going to tell him that. A gun beats anything.
That's not fair.
I didn't say anything about fair. Campe's not going to be fair if we hang around. She's going to blame you for ripping the bars off. Now come on. Briareus sniffled.
Demigods are cheaters.
But he slowly rose to his feet and followed us out of the cell. I started to feel hopeful. All we had to do was get downstairs and find the labyrinth entrance. But then Tyson froze. On the ground floor right below us, Campe was snarling at us. "The other way?" I said. We bolted down the catwalk. This time Briares was happy to follow us. In fact, he sprinted out front, 100 arms waving in a panic. Behind us, I heard the sound of giant wings as Campe took to the air. She hissed and growled in her ancient language, but I didn't need a translation to know she was planning to kill us. We scrambled down the stairs, through a corridor, and past a guard station, out into another block of prison cells. "Left," Annabeth said. "I remember this from the tour." We burst outside and found ourselves in the prison yard, ringed by security towers and barbed wire. After being inside so long, the daylight almost blinded me. Tourists were milling around taking pictures. The wind whipped cold off the bay. In the south, San Francisco gleamed all white and beautiful, but in the north, over Mount Tamalpais, huge storm clouds swirled. The whole sky seemed like a blacktop spinning from the mountain where Atlas was imprisoned, and where the Titan palace of Mount Orthus was rising anew. It was hard to believe the tourists couldn't see the supernatural storm brewing, but they didn't give any hint that anything was wrong. "It's even worse," Annabeth said, gazing to the north. "The storms have been bad all year, but that..."
Keep moving,
Briares wailed.
"She is behind us."
We ran to the far end of the courtyard, as far from the cell block as possible. "Campe's too big to get through the doors," I said hopefully. Then the wall exploded. Doris screamed as Campe appeared from the dust and rubble, her wings spread out as wide as the yard. She was holding 2 swords, long bronze scimitars that glowed with a weird greenish aura, boiling wisps of vapor that smelled sour and hot even across the yard. "Poison!" Grover yelped. "Don't let those things touch you, or we'll die," I guessed. "Well, after you shrivel slowly to dust, yeah." "Let's avoid the swords," I decided.
"Briares, fight!
Tyson urged.
Grow to full size!"
Instead, Briares looked like he was trying to shrink even smaller. He appeared to be wearing his absolutely terrified face. Campe thundered towards us on her dragon legs, hundreds of snakes slithering around her body. For a second, I thought about drawing Riptide and facing her, but my heart crawled into my throat. Then Annabeth said what I was thinking. "Run!" That was the end of the debate. There was no fighting this thing. We ran through the jail yard and out the gates of the prison, the monster right behind us. Mortals screamed and ran. Emergency sirens began to blare. We hit the wharf just as tour boats were unloading. The new group of visitors froze as they saw us charging towards them, followed by a mob of frightened tourists, followed by... I don't know what they saw through the mist, but it could not have been good. "The boat?" Grover asked.
"Too slow,"
Tyson said.
"Back into the maze. Only chance."
"We need a diversion," Annabeth said. Tyson ripped a metal lamppost out of the ground.
"I will distract Campe. You run ahead."
"I'll help you," I said.
"No,"
Tyson said.
"you go." Poison will hurt Cyclops. A lot of pain, but it won't kill.
Are you sure?
Go, brother. I will meet you inside.
I hated the idea. I'd almost lost Tyson once before. I didn't want to ever risk that again. There was no time to argue, and I had no better idea. Annabeth Grover and I each took one of Briare's hands and dragged him towards the concession stands, while Tyson bellowed, lowered his pole, and charged Campe like a jousting knight. She'd been glaring at Briares, but Tyson got her attention as soon as he nailed her in the chest with the pole, pushing her back into the wall. She shrieked and slashed with her swords, slicing the pole to shreds. Poison dripping in pools all around her, sizzling into the cement. Tyson jumped back as Campe's hair lashed and hissed, and the vipers around her legs darted their tongues in every direction. A lion popped out of the weird half-formed faces around her waist and roared. As we sprinted for the cell blocks, the last thing I saw was Tyson picking up a Dippin' Dot stand and throwing it at Campe. Ice cream and poison exploded everywhere. All the little snakes in Campe's hair dotted with Tutti Frutti. We dashed back into the jail yard.
Can't make it.
Briares huffed. Tyson is risking his life to help you. I yelled at him. You will make it. As we reached the door of the cell block, I heard an angry roar. I glanced back and saw Tyson running towards us at full speed, Campe right behind him. She was plastered in ice cream and t-shirts. One of the bare heads on her waist was now wearing a pair of crooked plastic Alcatraz sunglasses. Hurry! Annabeth said, like I needed to be told that. We finally found the cell where we'd come in, but the back wall was completely smooth. No sign of a boulder or anything. Look for the mark, Annabeth said. There! Grover touched a tiny scratch and it became a Greek delta. The mark of Daedalus glowed blue, and the stone wall grinded open. Too slowly. Tyson was coming through the cell block, Campe's swords lashing out behind him, slicing indiscriminately through cell bars and stone walls. I pushed Briares inside the maze, then Annabeth, and Grover. You can do it! I told Tyson, but I immediately knew that he couldn't. Campe was gaining. She raised her swords. I needed a distraction. Something big. I slapped my wristwatch, and it spiraled into a bronze shield. Desperately, I threw it at the monster's face. Smack! The shield hit her in the face, and she faltered just long enough for Tyson to dive past me into the maze. I was right behind him. Campe charged, but she was too late. The stone door closed in its magic, and its magic sealed us in. I could feel the whole tunnel shake as Campe pounded against it, roaring furiously. We didn't stick around to play knock-knock with her. We raced into the darkness, and for the first time, and the last, I was glad to be back in the labyrinth. Yeah, Briares! I forgot about Briares. Whew. We'll probably jump into this next chapter pretty quick here, but I want to leave at least a little time for us to discuss. Savvy? That was a fun one, dude. Had some solid Tyson moments. Aw, what's up? What's happening? Gamers. What's shaking, Yu-Gi-Oh gamers? Aside from desecrating one's pants. Or, soiling one's Johnson. What? What am I saying? Thank you, Lucas, for the raid. I'm glad to see you guys here. Welcome. We are reading tonight some good old Percy Jackson. I don't know if you guys grew up with this story like I did, but going through it again has been a nostalgia trip. If I've ever seen one, or if I've ever had one. Welcome. If you're unfamiliar with the channel, I'm Merry Mitch. I read things aloud. On Mondays to Thursdays, we read Percy Jackson. And on the weekends, we do short stories, with a different theme per night. I was inspired to start all this in an effort to practice my voice acting, and that's about it. That's about all you need to know, for now. We just finished up a chapter with the good boy Tyson kind of starring it. I also like, dude, I love how freaking Percy beat Briares with a gun. I know that's goofy, and it's not, I don't know, and it's like a joke that's been used before, but still, in the context that it's in, the idea of using that trick on an ancient being nearly as old as the earth itself, something else. Yeah, the chapter itself is called Tyson Leads a Jailbreak. No wonder it starred the boy. Some good stuff. The next chapter name makes me giggle. Also, Campe sounds kind of terrifying. I've noticed that in this series, I'd be curious to count up just how many times it's said in this where Percy thinks to himself, this is the scariest thing I've ever seen. But the funny thing is, like, it makes sense that he continues to say that, because he keeps on running into more and more terrifying beings that continually up the ante. Gosh, half woman, half dragon, with snakes flying all over the place. And that whole part where she's fused, and around it are just these ever-changing faces of various ferocious animals. That's pretty wild. I think the imagery of that, at least what it drums up in my head, is certainly quite terrifying. Well, yeah, those are my thoughts. So, go ahead and jump into the next chapter, and after chapter 8, we'll go ahead to a break. I love you too, Coleman. 8. We visit the Demon Dude Ranch. We finally stopped in a room full of waterfalls. The floor was one big pit, ringed by a slippery stone walkway. Around us, on all four walls, Water tumbled from huge pipes. The water spilled down into the pit. Even when I shined a light, I couldn't see the bottom. Briares slumped against a wall. He scooped up water in a dozen hands and washed his face.
This pit goes straight to Tartarus,
He murmured.
I should jump in and save you the trouble.
Don't talk that way, Annabeth told him. You can come back to camp with us. You can help us prepare. You know more about fighting titans than anybody.
I have nothing to offer.
Briares said.
I have lost everything. What about your brothers?
Tyson asked.
The other two must still stand tall as mountains. We can take you to them.
Briares' expression morphed into something even sadder. His grieving face.
They are no more. They faded.
The waterfalls thundered. Tyson stared into the pit and blinked tears out of his eyes. What exactly do you mean, they faded? I asked. I thought monsters were immortal, like the gods. Percy, Grover said weakly. Even immortality has limits. Sometimes monsters get forgotten, and they lose their will to stay immortal. Looking at Grover's face, I wondered if he was thinking of Pan. I remembered something Medusa had told us once. How her sisters, the other two Gorgons, had passed on and left her alone. Then last year, Apollo said something about the old god Helios disappearing and leaving him with the duties of the sun god. I'd never thought about it too much, but now, looking at Briares, I realized how terrible it would be to be so old. Thousands and thousands of years old, and totally alone.
I must go,
Briares said.
Kronos' army will invade camp,
Tyson said.
We need help.
Briares hung his head.
I cannot, Cyclops. You're strong. Not anymore.
Briares rose. Hey! I grabbed one of his arms and pulled him aside, where the roar of the water would hide our words. Briares, we need you. In case you haven't noticed, Tyson believes in you. He risked his life for you. I told him about everything. Luke's invasion plan, the Labyrinth entrance at camp, Daedalus's workshop, Kronos' golden coffin. Briares just shook his head.
I cannot, demigod. I do not have a finger gun to win this game.
To prove his point, he made 100 finger guns. Maybe that's why monsters fade, I said. Maybe it's not about what the mortals believe. Maybe it's because you give up on yourself. His pure brown eyes regarded me. His face morphed into an expression I recognized. Shame. Then he turned and trudged off down the corridor until he was lost in the shadows. Tyson sobbed. It's okay. Grover hesitantly patted his shoulder. which must have taken all his courage. Tyson sneezed.
It's not okay, goat boy. He was my hero.
I wanted to make him feel better, but I wasn't sure what to say. Finally, Annabeth stood and shouldered her backpack. Come on, guys. This pit is making me nervous. Let's find a better place to camp for the night. We settled in a corridor made of huge marble blocks. It looked like it could have been part of a Greek tomb, with bronze torch holders fastened to the walls. It had to be an older part of the maze, and Annabeth decided this was a good sign. "You must be close to Daedalus's workshop," she said. "Get some rest, everybody. We'll keep going in the morning." "How do we know when it's morning?" Grover asked. "Just rest," she insisted. Grover didn't need to be told twice. He pulled a heap of straw out of his pack and ate some of it, made a pillow out of the rest, and was snoring in no time. Dyson took longer getting to sleep. He tinkered with some metal scraps from his building kit for a while, but whatever he was making, he wasn't happy with it. He kept disassembling the pieces. "I'm sorry I lost the shield," I told him. "You worked so hard to repair it." Tyson looked up. His eye was bloodshot from crying.
Do not worry, brother. You saved me. You wouldn't have had to do it if Briaris had helped.
"He was just scared," I said. "I'm sure he'll get over it."
He is not strong,
Tyson said.
He is not important anymore.
He heaved a big, sad sigh, then closed his eye. The metal pieces fell out of his hand, still unassembled, and Tyson began to snore. I tried to fall asleep myself, but I couldn't. Something about getting chased by a large dragon lady with poisoned swords made it real hard to relax. I picked up my bedroll and dragged it over to where Annabeth was sitting, keeping watch. I sat down next to her. "You should sleep," she said. "Can't. You doing all right?" "Sure. First day leading the quest. Just great." "We'll get there," I said. "We'll find the workshop before Luke does." She brushed her hair out of her face. She had a smudge of dirt on her chin. I imagined what she must have looked like when she was little, wandering around the country with Thalia and Luke. Once, she'd saved them from the mansion of the evil Cyclops when she was only 7. Even when she looked scared, like now, I knew she had a lot of guts. "I just wish this quest was logical," she complained. "I mean, we're traveling, but we have no idea where we'll end up. How can you walk from New York to California in a day?" "Space isn't the same in the maze." I know. It's just..." She looked at me hesitantly. "Percy, I was kidding myself. All that planning and reading, I don't have a clue where we're going." "You're doing great. Besides, we never know what we're doing. It always works out. Remember Circe's Island?" She snorted. "You made a cute guinea pig." In Waterland? You got us thrown off that ride? I got us thrown off? It was totally your fault. See? It'll be fine. She smiled, which I was glad to see. But the smile faded quickly. Percy, what did Era mean when she said you knew the way to get through the maze? I don't know, I admitted. Honestly. You'd tell me if you did? Sure. Maybe... Maybe what? Maybe if you told me the last line of the prophecy, it would help. Annabeth shivered. Not here. Not in the dark. What about the choice Janice mentioned? Era said, "Stop!" Annabeth snapped, and she took a shaky breath. I'm sorry, Percy. I'm just stressed. But I don't... I've got to think about it. We sat in silence, listening to strange creaks and groans in the maze, the echo of stones grinding together as tunnels changed, grew, and expanded. The dark made me think about the visions I'd seen of Nico D'Angelo. And suddenly, I realized something. Nico is down here somewhere, I said. That's how he disappeared from camp. He found the labyrinth. Then he found a path that led down even further, to the underworld. But now he's back in the maze. He's coming after me. Annabeth was quiet for a long time. Percy, I hope you're wrong. But if you're right... She stared at the flashlight beam, casting a dim circle on the stone wall. I had a feeling she was thinking about her prophecy. I'd never seen her look more tired. How about I take first watch? I said. I'll wake you if anything happens. Annabeth looked like she wanted to protest, but she just nodded, slumping onto her bedroll and closing her eyes. Shut up, Lucas. Oh, yo. Thank you, Brandy, for the follow, man. Yeah, it's not a common thing, but I'm trying to do it a little more in a bit of a more professional way, you know? The Twitch streams that I've caught that read books or short stories, I don't know, the ones that I've seen like have just been using like a computer microphone or like a Mac laptop or something like that. So I figured like I don't know. I like reading. So I wanted to take like a real shot at it. I'm glad you think it's amazing, dude. Lucas, stop. I'm afraid to go back and watch that clip. Not gonna lie. Oh boy. When it was my turn to sleep, I dreamed I was back in the old man's Labyrinth prison. It looked more like a workshop now, Tables were littered with measuring instruments. A forge burned red hot in the corner. The boy I'd seen in the last dream was stoking the bellows. Except he was taller now, almost my age. A weird funnel device was attached to the forge's chimney, trapping the smoke and heat and channeling it through a pipe into the floor next to a big bronze manhole cover. It was daytime. The sky above was blue, but the walls of the maze cast deep shadows across the workshop. After being in tunnels so long, I found it weird that part of the labyrinth could be open to the sky. Somehow that made the maze seem like an even crueler place. The old man looked sickly. He was terribly thin, his hands raw and red from working. White hair covered his eyes, and his tunic was smudged with grease. He was bent over a table, working on some kind of long metal patchwork, like a swath of chainmail. He picked up a delicate curl of bronze and fitted it into place. "Done," he announced. "It's done." He picked up his project. It was so beautiful, my heart leaped. Metal wings constructed from thousands of interlocking bronze feathers. There were 2 sets. One still lay on the table. Daedalus stretched the frame, and the wings expanded to 20 feet. Part of me knew it could never fly. It was too heavy, and there'd be no way to get off the ground. But the craftsmanship was amazing. Metal feathers caught the light and flashed 30 different shades of gold. The boy left the bellows and ran over to see. He grinned, despite the fact he was grimy and sweaty. "Father, you're a genius!" The old man smiled. "Tell me something I don't know, Icarus. Now hurry. It will take at least an hour to attach them. Come." "You first," Icarus said. The old man protested, but Icarus insisted. "You made them, father. You should get the honor of wearing them first." The boy attached a leather harness to his father's chest, like climbing gear, with straps that ran from his shoulders to his wrists. Then he began fastening on the wings, using a metal canister that looked like an enormous hot glue gun. The wax compound should hold for several hours," Daedalus said nervously as his son worked. "But we must let it set first, and we would do well to avoid flying too high or too low. The sea would wet the wax seals. And the sun's heat would loosen them," the boy finished. "Yes, father. We've been through this 1,000,000 times."
"One cannot be too careful."
"I have complete faith in your inventions, father. No one has ever been as smart as you." The old man's eyes shone. It was obvious he loved his son more than anything in the world.
"Now I will do your wings, and give mine a chance to set properly. Come."
It was slow going. The old man's hands fumbled with the straps. He had a hard time keeping the wings in position while he sealed them. His own metal wings seemed to weigh him down, getting in his way while he tried to work.
"Too slow,"
the old man muttered.
"I am too slow."
"Take your time, father," the boy said. "Guards aren't due until—"
Boom!
The workshop doors shuddered. Daedalus had barred them from the inside with a wooden brace, but still they shook on their hinges. "Hurry!" Icarus said.
Boom! Boom!
Something heavy was slamming into the doors. The brace held, but a crack appeared in the left door. Daedalus worked furiously, a drop of hot wax spilling onto Icarus's shoulder. The boy winced, but did not cry out. When his left wing was sealed to the straps, Daedalus began working on the right.
We must have more time,
Daedalus murmured.
They are too early. We need more time to seal. And for the seal to hold.
It'll be fine, Icarus said as his father finished the right wing. Help me with the manhole. Crash! The door splintered and the head of a bronze battering ram emerged through the breach. Axes cleared the debris and 2 armed guards entered the room, followed by the king with the golden crown and the spear-shaped beard. Well, well, the king said with a cruel smile. Going somewhere. Daedalus and his son froze, their metal wings glimmering on their backs.
We're leaving, Minos,
the old man said. King Minos chuckled. I was curious to see how far you'd get on this little project before I dashed your hopes. I must say I'm impressed. The king admired their wings. You look like metal chickens, he decided. Perhaps we should pluck you and make a soup. The guards laughed stupidly.
Metal chickens,
one repeated.
Soup.
Shut up, the king said. Then he turned again on Daedalus. You let my daughter escape, old man. You drove my wife to madness. You killed my monster and made the laughing stock of me across all the Mediterranean. You will never escape me. Icarus grabbed the wax gun and sprayed it at the king, who stepped back in surprise. The guards rushed forward, but each got a stream of hot wax in his face. The vent! Icarus yelled to his father. Get them! King Minos raged. Together the old man and his son pried open the manhole cover, and a column of hot air blasted out of the ground. The king watched incredulously as the inventor and son shot into the sky on their bronze wings, carried by the updraft. Shoot them! The king yelled, but the guards had brought no bows. One threw his sword in desperation, but Daedalus and Icarus were already out of reach. They wheeled above the maze and the king's palace, then zoomed across the city of Knossos, and out past the rocky shores of Crete. Icarus laughed. Free, father! You did it! The boy spread his wings to their full limit and soared away on the wind.
Wait, Daedalus! Be careful!
But Icarus was already out over the open sea, heading north and delighted in their good luck. He soared up and scared an eagle out of its flight path, then plummeted toward the sea like he was born to fly, pulling out of a nosedive at the last second. His sandals skimmed the waves.
Stop that!
Daedalus called, but the wind carried his voice away. His son was drunk on his own freedom. The old man struggled to catch up, gliding clumsily after his son. They were miles from Crete, over deep sea, when Icarus looked back and saw his father's worried expression. Icarus smiled. Don't worry, father! You're a genius! I trust your handiwork. The first metal feather shook loose from his wing and fluttered away. Then another. Icarus wobbled in midair. Suddenly, he was shedding bronze feathers. which twirled away from him like a flock of frightened birds.
Icarus!
His father cried.
Glide! Extend the wings, stay as still as possible.
But Icarus flapped his arms, desperately trying to reassert control. The left wing went first, ripping away from the straps. "Father!" Icarus cried, and then he fell. The wings stripped away until he was just a boy in a climbing harness and a white tunic, his arms extended in a useless attempt to glide. I woke with a start, feeling like I was falling. The corridor was dark. In the constant moaning of the labyrinth, I thought I could hear the anguished cry of Daedalus calling his son's name, as Icarus, his only joy, plummeted toward the sea 300 feet below. There was no morning in the maze, but once everyone woke up and had a fabulous breakfast of granola bars and juice boxes, we kept traveling. I didn't mention my dream. Something about it had really freaked me out, and I didn't think the others needed to know that. The old stone tunnels changed to dirt with cedar beams, like a gold mine or something. Annabeth started getting agitated. "This isn't right," she said. "It should still be stone." We came to a cave where stalactites hung low from the ceiling. In the center of the dirt floor was a rectangular pit like a grave. Grover shivered. "It smells like the underworld in here." Then I saw something glinting at the edge of the pit. A foil wrapper. I shined my flashlight into the hole and saw a half-chewed cheeseburger floating in brown, carbonated muck. "Nico," I said. "He was summoning the dead again." Tyson whimpered.
Ghosts were here. I don't like ghosts.
"We've got to find him." I don't know why, but standing at the edge of that pit gave me a sense of urgency. Nico was close. I could feel it. I couldn't let him wander around down here alone, except for the dead. I started to run. "Percy!" Annabeth called. I ducked into a tunnel and saw a light up ahead. By the time Annabeth, Tyson, and Grover caught up with me, I was staring at daylight streaming through a set of bars above my head. We were under a steel grate made out of metal pipes. I could see trees and blue sky. Where are we? I wondered. Then a shadow fell across the grate, and a cow stared down at me. It looked like a normal cow, except it was a weird color. Bright red, like a cherry. I didn't know cows came in that color. The cow mooed, put one hoof tentatively on the bars and backed away. "It's a cattle guard," Grover said. "A what?" "They put them at the gates of ranches so cows can't get out. And they can't walk on them." "How do you know that?" Grover huffed indignantly. "Believe me, if you had hooves, you'd know about cattle guards. They're annoying." I turned to Annabeth. "Didn't Era say something about a ranch? We need to check it out. Nico might be up there." She hesitated. "All right. But how do we get out?" Tyson solved that problem by hitting the cattle guard with both hands. It popped off and went flying out of sight. We heard a clang and a startled Tyson blushed.
"Sorry, cow,"
he called. Then he gave us a boost out of the tunnel. We were on a ranch, all right. Rolling hills stretched to the horizon, dotted with oak trees and cacti and boulders. A barbed wire fence ran from the gate in either direction. Cherry-colored cows roaming around, grazing on clumps of grass. "Red cattle," Annabeth said. "The cattle of the sun." "What?" I asked. "They're sacred to Apollo." "Holy cows?" "Exactly. But what are they doing?" "Wait," Grover said. "Listen." At first, everything seemed quiet, but then I heard it. A distant baying of dogs. The sound got louder. Then the underbrush rustled and 2 dogs broke through. Except it wasn't 2 dogs. It was 1 dog, with 2 heads. It looked like a greyhound, long and snaky and sleek brown, but its neck V'd into 2 heads, both of them snapping and snarling, and generally not very glad to see us.
"Bad Janice dog,"
Tyson cried. "Arr, arr," Grover told it, and raised a hand in greeting. The 2-headed dog bared its teeth. I guess it wasn't impressed that Grover could speak animal. Then its master lumbered out of the woods, and I realized the dog was the least of our problems. He was a huge guy with stark white hair, a straw cowboy hat, and a braided white beard. Kind of like Father Time, if Father Time went redneck and got totally jacked. He was wearing jeans, a "Don't Mess with Texas" t-shirt, and a denim jacket with the sleeves ripped off, so you could see his muscles. On his right bicep was a crossed swords tattoo. He held a wooden club about the size of a nuclear warhead, with 6-inch spikes bristling at the business end. "Heel, Orthus," he told the dog. The dog growled at us once more, just to make his feelings clear, then circled back to his master's feet. The man looked us up and down, keeping his club ready. "What have we got here?" he asked. "Cattle rustlers?" "Just travelers," Annabeth said. "We're on a quest." The man's eye twitched. "Half-bloods, eh?" I started to say, "How did you know?" Annabeth put her hand on my arm. "I'm Annabeth, daughter of Athena. This is Percy, son of Poseidon, Grover the Satyr, Tyson the—" "Cyclops," the man finished. "Yeah, I can see that." He glowered at me. "And I know half-bloods because I am one, sonny. I'm Eurytion, the cow herd for this here ranch, son of Ares. You came through the labyrinth like the other one, I reckon." "The other one?" I asked. "You mean Nico D'Angelo?" "We get a load of visitors from the labyrinth," Eurytion said darkly. "Not many ever leave." "Wow," I said. "I feel welcome." The cowherd glanced behind him, like someone was watching. Then he lowered his voice. "I'm only gonna say this once, demigods. Get back in that maze now, before it's too late." "We're not leaving," Annabeth insisted. "Not until we see this other demigod. Please." Eurytion grunted. "Then you leave me no choice, missy. Gotta take you to see the boss." I didn't feel like we were hostages or anything. Eurytion walked alongside us with his club across his shoulder. Orthus, the 2-headed dog, growled a lot and sniffed at Grover's legs. and shot into the bushes once in a while to chase animals, but Eurytion kept him more or less under control. We walked down a dirt path that seemed to go on forever. It must have been close to 100 degrees, which was a shock after San Francisco. Heat shimmered off the ground. Insects buzzed in the trees. Before we'd gone very far, I was sweating like crazy. Flies swarmed us. Every so often, we'd see a pen full of red cows or even stranger animals. Once we passed a corral where the fence was coated in asbestos. Inside, a herd of fire-breathing horses milled around. The hay in their feeding trough was on fire. The ground smoked around their feet, but the horses seemed tame enough. One big stallion looked at me and whinnied, columns of red flame billowing out of his nostrils. I wondered if it hurt his sinuses. "What are they for?" I asked. Eurytion scowled. "We raise animals for lots of clients. Apollo, Diomedes, and, well, others." "Like who?" "No more questions." Finally, we came out of the woods. Perched on a hill above us was a big ranch house, all white stone and wood and big windows. "It looks like a Frank Lloyd Wright," Annabeth said. I guess she was talking about some architectural thing. To me, it just looked like the kind of place where a few demigods could get into serious trouble. We hiked up the hill. "Don't break the rules," Eurytion warned as we walked up the steps to the front porch. "No fighting, no drawing weapons, and don't make any comments about the boss's appearance." "Why?" I asked. "What does he look like?" Before Eurytion could reply, a new voice said, "Welcome to the Triple G Ranch." The man on the porch had a normal head, which was a relief. His face was weathered and browned from years in the sun. He had slick black hair and a black pencil mustache, like villains have in old movies. He smiled at us, but the smile wasn't friendly. More amused. Like, oh boy, more people to torture. I didn't ponder that very long, though, because then I noticed his body. Or bodies. He had 3 of them. Now, you'd think I would have gotten used to weird anatomy after Janus and Briares, but this guy was 3 complete people. His neck connected to the middle chest like normal, but he had 2 more chests. On 2 either side. 1 to either side. Connected at the shoulders, with a few inches between. His left arm grew out of his left chest, and the same on the right. So he had 2 arms, but 4 armpits. If that makes any sense. The chests all connected into one enormous torso, with 2 regular but very beefy legs. And he wore the most oversized pair of Levi's I'd ever seen. His chest each wore a different color Western shirt. Green, yellow, red. Like a stoplight. I wondered how he dressed the middle chest, since it had no arms. The cowherd Eurytion nudged me. "Say hello to Mr. Gurion." "Hi," I said. "Nice chests. Ranch. Nice ranch you have." Before the 3-bodied man could respond, Nico D'Angelo came out of the glass doors on the porch. Guryan, I won't wait for... He froze when he saw us. Then he drew his sword. The blade was just like I'd seen in my dream. Short, sharp, and dark as midnight. Guryan snarled when he saw it. Put that away, Mr. D'Angelo. I ain't gonna have my guests killing each other. But that's Percy Jackson, Guryan supplied. Annabelle Chase, and a couple of their monster friends. Yeah, I know. Monster friends, Grover said indignantly.
This man is wearing 3 t-shirts,
Tyson said, like he was just realizing it. They let my sister die. Nico's voice trembled with rage. They're here to kill me. Nico, we're not here to kill you. I raised my hands. What happened to Bianca was... Don't speak her name. Not worthy to even talk about her. Wait a minute. Annabeth pointed at Guryan. How do you know our names? The 3-bodied man winked. I make it my business to keep informed, darling. Everybody pops into the ranch from time to time. Everybody needs something from old Guryan. Now, Mr. D'Angelo, put that ugly sword away before I have Eurytion take it from you. Eurytion sighed, but he hefted his spiked club. At his feet, Orthus growled. Nico hesitated. He looked thinner and paler than he had in the iris message. I wondered if he'd eaten in the last week. His black clothes were dusty from traveling in the labyrinth, and his dark eyes were full of hate. He was too young to look so angry. I still remembered him as the cheerful little kid who played with mytho-magic cards. Reluctantly, he sheathed his sword. If you come near me, Percy, I'll summon help. You don't want to meet my helpers, I promise. I believe you, I said. Guryan patted Nico's shoulders. There. We've all made nice. Now come along, folks. I want to give you a tour of this here ranch. Guryan had a trolley thing. Like one of those kiddie trains that take you around zoos. It was painted black and white, in a cowhide pattern. The driver's car had a set of long horns stuck to the hood, and the horns sounded like a cowbell. I figured maybe this was how he tortured people. He embarrassed them to death riding around in the Moo-mobile. Nico sat in the very back, probably so he could keep an eye on us. Eurytion crawled in next to him, with his spiked club, and pulled his cowboy hat over his eyes. Then he was like he was going to take a nap. Orthus jumped in the front seat next to Guryan, began barking happily in 2-part harmony. Annabeth, Tyson, Grover, and I took the middle 2 cars. We have a huge operation, Guryan boasted as the Moo-mobile lurched forward. Horses and cattle mostly, but all sorts of exotic varieties too. We came over a hill and Annabeth gasped. Electrions! I thought they were extinct. At the bottom of the hill was a fenced-in pasture with a dozen of the weirdest animals I'd ever seen. Each had the front half of a horse and the back half of a rooster. Their rear feet were huge yellow claws. They had feathery tails and red wings. As I watched, two of them got in a fight over a pile of seed. They reared up on their back legs and whinnied and flapped their wings at each other until the smaller one galloped away, its rear bird legs putting a little hop in its step.
Rooster ponies.
Tyson said in amazement.
Do they lay eggs? Once a year.
Gurion grinned in the rear view mirror.
Very much in demand for omelets.
That's horrible, Annabeth said. They must be an endangered species. Gurion waved his hand.
Gold is gold, darling. And you haven't tasted the omelets.
That's not right, Grover murmured, but Gurion just kept narrating the tour.
Now, over here, he said, we have our fire-breathing horses, which you may have seen on your way in. They're bred for war, naturally.
What war? I asked. Gurion grinned slyly.
Oh, whichever one comes along. And over yonder, of course, are our prize red cows.
Sure enough, hundreds of the cherry-colored cattle were grazing the side of the hill.
So many,
Grover said.
Yes, well, Apollo is too busy to see to 'em,
Gurion explained.
So he subcontracts to us. We breed them vigorously, because there's such a demand.
For what? I asked. Gurion raised an eyebrow.
Meat, of course. Armies have to eat.
You kill the sacred cows of the sun god for hamburger meat? Grover said.
That's against the ancient laws. Oh, don't get so worked up, Satyr. They're just animals. Just animals? Yes, and if Apollo cared, I'm sure he would tell us.
If he knew, I muttered. Nico sat forward. I don't care about any of this, Gurion. We had business to discuss, and this wasn't it.
All in good time, Mr. D'Angelo. Look over here. Some of my exotic game.
The next field was ringed in barbed wire. The whole area was crawling with giant scorpions. Triple G Ranch, I said, suddenly remembering. Your mark was on the crates at camp. Quintus got his scorpions from you.
Quintus,
Gurion mused.
Short gray hair, muscular swordsman.
Yeah.
Never heard of him,
Gurion said.
Now, over here are my prized stables. You must see 'em.
I didn't need to see him, because as soon as we got within 300 yards, I started to smell him. Near the banks of a green river was a horse corral the size of a football field. Stables lined one side of it. About 100 horses were milling around in the muck. And when I say muck, I mean horse poop. It was the most disgusting thing I'd ever seen. Like a poop blizzard had come through and dumped 4 feet of the stuff overnight. The horses were really gross from wading through it. And the stables were just as bad. It reeked. Like you would not believe. Worse than the garbage boats on the East River. Even Nico gagged. What is that? My stables, Guryon said. Well, actually they belong to Aegis, but we watch over them for a small monthly fee. Aren't they lovely? They're disgusting, Annabeth said.
Lots of poop,
Tyson observed. How can you keep animals like that? Grover cried. You're getting on my nerves, Guryon said. These are flesh-eating horses, see? They like these conditions. Plus, you're too cheap to have them cleaned, Eurytion mumbled from under his hat. Quiet, Guryon snapped. All right, perhaps the stables are a bit challenging to clean. Perhaps they do make me nauseous from the wind when the wind blows the wrong way. But so what? My clients still pay me well. What clients? I demanded. Oh, you'd be surprised how many people will pay for a flesh-eating horse. They make great garbage disposals. Wonderful way to terrify your enemies. Great at birthday parties. We rent them out all the time. You're a monster, Annabeth decided. Guryon stopped the Moomobile and turned to look at her. What gave it away? Was it the 3 bodies? You have to let these animals go, Grover said. It's not right. And the clients you keep talking about, Annabeth said. You work for Kronos, don't you? You're supplying his army with horses, food, whatever they need. Guryon shrugged, which was very weird since he had 3 sets of shoulders and looked like he was doing the wave all by himself. I work for anyone with gold, young lady. I'm a businessman, and I sell them anything I have to offer. He climbed out of the Moomobile and strolled toward the stables as if enjoying the fresh air. It would have been a nice view with the river and the trees and hills and all, except for the quagmire of horse muck. Nico got out of the back car and stormed over to Guryon. The cowherd, Eurytion, wasn't as sleepy as he looked. He hefted his club and walked after Nico. I came here for business, Guryon, Nico said, and you haven't answered me. Guryon examined a cactus. His left arm reached over and scratched his middle chest. Yeah, you'll get a deal, all right. My ghost told me you could help. He said you could guide us to the soul we need. Wait a second, I said. I thought I was the soul you wanted. Nico looked at me like I was crazy. You? Why would I want you? Bianca's soul is worth 1,000 of yours. Now, can you help me, Guryon, or not? Oh, I imagine I could, the rancher said. You're a ghost for him, by the way? Where is he? Nico looked uneasy. He can't form in broad daylight. It's hard for him. But he's around somewhere. Guryon smiled. I'm sure. Minos likes to disappear when things get difficult. Minos. I remembered the man I'd seen in my dreams with the golden crown, the pointed beard, and the cruel eyes. You mean that evil king? That's the ghost who's been giving you advice? It's none of your business, Percy! Nico turned back to Guryon. What do you mean about things getting difficult? The 3-bodied man sighed.
Well, you see, Nico. Can I call you Nico?
No.
You see, Nico, Luke Castellan is offering a very good price for half-bloods, especially powerful half-bloods. And I'm sure when he learns your little secret, who you really are, he'll pay very, very well indeed.
Nico drew his sword, but Eurytion knocked it out of his hand. Before I could get up, Orthus pounced on my chest and growled. His face is an inch away from mine.
I would stay in the car, all of you,
Geryon warned.
or Orthus will tear Mr. Jackson's throat out. Now, Eurytion, if you would be so kind, secure Nico.
The cowherd spit into the grass. Do I have to?
Yes, you fool!
Eurytion looked bored, but he wrapped one huge arm around Nico and lifted him up like a wrestler.
Pick up the sword, too.
Geryon said with distaste.
There's nothing I hate worse than Stygian iron.
Eurytion picked up the sword, careful not to touch the blade.
Now,
Geryon said cheerfully.
we've had the tour. Let's go back to the lodge, have some lunch, and send an Iris message to our friends in the Titan Army.
You fiend! Annabeth cried. Geryon smiled at her.
Don't worry, my dear. Once I've delivered Mr. D'Angelo, you and your pretty party can go. I don't interfere with quests. Besides, I've been paid well to give you safe passage, which does not, I'm afraid, include Mr. D'Angelo.
Paid by whom? Annabeth said. What do you mean?
Never you mind, darling. Let's be off, shall we?
Wait, I said, and Orthus growled. I stayed perfectly still so he couldn't tear my throat out. Geryon, you said you're a businessman. Make me a deal. Geryon narrowed his eyes.
What sort of deal? Do you have gold?
Got something better. Barter.
But Mr. Jackson, you got nothing.
You could have him clean the stables, Eurytion suggested innocently. I'll do it, I said. If I fail, you get all of us. Trade us all to Luke for gold.
Assuming the horses don't eat you,
Geryon observed. Either way, you get my friends, I said. But if I succeed, you've got to let us all go, including Nico. No, Nico screamed. Do not do me any favors, Percy. I don't want your help. Geryon chuckled.
Percy Jackson. Those stables haven't been cleaned in 1,000 years. Though it's true I might be able to sell more stable space if all the poop were cleared away.
So what have you got to lose? The rancher hesitated.
All right. I accept your offer. But you have to get it done by sunset. If you fail, your friends get sold and I get rich.
Deal. He nodded.
I'm going to take your friends with me back to the lodge. We'll wait for you there.
Eurytion gave me a funny look. Might have been sympathy. He whistled, and the dog jumped off of me onto Annabeth's lap, and onto Annabeth's lap. She yelped. I knew Tyson and Grover would never try anything, as long as Annabeth was a hostage. I got out of the car and locked eyes with her. I hope you know what you're doing, she said quietly. I hope so too. Guryan got behind the driver's wheel. Eurytion hauled Nico into the back seat. Sunset, Guryan reminded me. No later. He laughed at me once more, sounded his cowbell horn, and the Moomobile rumbled off down the trail. Ooh-wee. The super pooper scooper. Incoming super pooper scooper. Dude. Freaking Guryan. There's so much in this book that I'd forgotten. It's wild. Hoo-wee. Guryan. I gotta say, I like, what's that bloke's name? Why am I struggling to remember it a second after I've seen it? Eurytion. I like Eurytion too. You know, this is the first book where they've actually met some of the half-bloods that lived past the teenage years. I think it was neat of him to like save until the last two books. That was good. Dude, Guryan. Guryan's got a great name too. Guryan. Dude's voice makes me uncomfortable. I understand, dude. That's a good thing though. That's what I had intended. He's meant to be a disturbing figure. Also, Luix, I don't know what all those K's were for. You feel like explaining? I'd appreciate it. If not, so be it. Also, Austin, I'm glad to see you're here, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry you were late, but hopefully you can catch the VOD later on if you're hoping to follow along and listen to all the chapters. Dang, that was a good chapter. That was a longer chapter too, which I'm glad. The one before it was real short. Ah, thank you. I appreciate it, Brandy. Yeah, and I tend to alter it depending on what I'm reading. Yeah, for instance, like the horror nights, I get like a more gritty and dark and looming tone to the voice. But thank you, man, dude. It means a lot. I've been doing this for a few months now, I think. And I believe that I only get better with time. The more I read, the more I figure out how best to spin a tale with, or how best to vocalize a tale. Or rather, how I want to vocalize a tale. Yeah, thank you, Brandy. It's cool. It's really cool. How'd you come across the channel? If you don't mind me asking. Ah, right on. Your original follower. Let's go. Been with my boy Lucas since day one. That's good stuff. Yeah, man. I'm real appreciative to Lucas. Much obliged, Lucas. I know a fair amount of his viewers have been surprised by my content, but a few of them, yeah, seem to like the idea. Ah, you guys are IRL friends. Nice. Nice. That's like me and my boy Chimpy. Chimperor. Chimperor. I don't know if you're listening, but I love you, Chimp. I love you, Coleman. Oh, gotcha. My bad. So not like Chimperor. Gotcha, gotcha. Word up, word up. Are you Americano? Or where do you hail from? There you are, my boy. I am Chimp. Low rider. Nice. Right on, right on. I've been to Florida. I've been to Florida. I think only a couple times for Disney World. Dude, he do be big money chimpin'. Nice. Guys, it's getting exciting. Will Percy be able to scoop the field of feces amongst like 100 or so man-eating horses? And will he be able to scoop the entire field by sunset? I honestly forget how he gets out of this one. I'm not sure about Nico's voice at the moment, because I know he's younger than Percy, yet I want to make his voice edgy, like even edgier. Do I go even edgier with his voice? But I'm trying to go for like that kind of edgy that is a forced kind of edgy, if you know what I mean, where he's trying to be serious, and he's like that desperate kid that wants so bad to be taken seriously that he gets frustrated and super angry, but it only takes away from his looking serious. Maybe it's a ploy to get closer to Luke. Wait, what? Are you talking about the deal that Percy made, or what Nico has been doing? What if you ride a man-eating horse? Would it basically chase its tail to get you, or? I imagine so. It just spin in circles. Yeah. Chomping at the air. Either that or it would get frustrated and just start running around frantically. Jersey Paxson. Good old Jersey Paxson. I mean, it could be. Because it's true that all they know about this whole ranch thing is that Era recommended that they go and visit it. But I'm assuming their goal is going to be to shut down the operation entirely, right? Or is it to convince Gurion to supply, their side with stuff? Yeah, fuck you off. That's probably what would happen. God, dude, that remark about the man-eating horses from Gurion. It was kind of chilling. Yeah, this one. Oh, you'd be surprised how many people will pay for a flesh-eating horse. They make for great garbage disposals. Wonderful way of terrifying your enemies. Great at birthday parties. We rent them out all the time. That's kind of messed up, dude. Good lord. What kind of birthday parties are you talking about? Whew. Shoot. Also, I wanted to ask, because I remember going back through the, a couple of, like, the streams, like, last night and the one before, and I think during some of the portions where I get louder, or yell, or even scream, it can clip the mic sometimes. I'm curious as to if that has been a problem this stream. I don't have it monitored in my own headphones, so I will rely on you guys to let me know. I've tried to be good about it though, and back up if I do scrim. If I scrim. Who would hire a man-eating horse for garbage disposal besides the mafia? True, dude. They probably are rented out to the mafia. Yeah, no, like, legitimately. In this, like, world, in their canon, I think some, like, criminal organizations and, like, evil people work with genuine monsters. A lot of times they don't realize that they are working with the monsters because of the mist. But yeah. Right on. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Brandy. Well, okay, guys. I've been going for about 2 hours-ish, so we're gonna jump to a break here. I'm gonna go make myself some tea. Chillax for a little bit. Oh, right on. You prefer Brandon? I can do that. As always, during this little break, as we go to it, I encourage everybody to rise from your seats. Rise up. Stand from your seats, stretch out, shake out all the troubles and tribulations that have been packed onto your shoulders throughout the day. Stretch out a little. It's good for you. Anytime that I tend to be sitting in my little chair here for upwards of an hour or two, it's really good for me to stand up, I know, and stretch out my body. I oftentimes forget about it whenever I'm not in work mode, you know. If I'm in relax mode, then that just goes out the window. But in work mode here, I remember it. What's that out my window? Dude. How are you just gonna say something like that? How are you just gonna say something like that? I'm grateful that you didn't say that on, and it's not even Simp Saturday. No, I think I just see like the shrubbery out there getting blown in the wind. I mean, you say something like that, and literally anything like shadowy or in any sense like similar to that is outside my window will spook the heck out of me. You did, dude. I was with it just from the one person. I was gonna look over there and be like, okay, yeah, no, we're fine. With the WTF. Goodness. Well, on that note, I'm gonna go make myself some tea. Thank you very much. We'll be back very soon. Enjoy the music while I'm away, and as I said again, please stand up during the break and stretch out a bit. Your body will thank you. And I hope to see you in about 10 minutes. It is about 10:30 where I'm at, 30 past the hour, so we're gonna wait. We're gonna do a 10-minute break. We'll be back by 40 past the hour. Enjoy the break, guys. I'll play some jams and music of my own creation during the break, and we'll be back very soon. Alright, much love, guys. Keep on swaying, my wildflowers, until I return. A lot of people have done so much for me, but
Nay,
I no longer believe in myself.
nay,
Will I make it
nay,
on my own?
nay,
Am I capable of great things alone?
nay.
Take my hand and hold it tight, be my guide. It's getting hard to see in this darkness on my own. Take my hand, hold on tight. Take my hand as we make our way slowly to the unknown. Take my hand, I think my vision's finally clearing up. So hold on tight,
Nay,
hold on tight.
ja,
I can make it
nee,
on my own.
nee,
I am capable of great things alone.
nee.
Take my hand and hold it tight. Stay here at my side. But if you let go, I think I'll be just fine.
だろ
さあ有言しよう。 さ、有言しよう。
Play them. Play as time goes by.
What the fuck have you done lately?
Play them. Play as time goes by.
What are you doing up?
Well,
I couldn't sleep.
good evening then.
What you playing?
I had an idea. Well, a song idea, but also an idea.
Let's hear it.
Yes, please. Room for 3 more? I don't need you, but I want you to love me. I don't need you, but I want you to know me. Change your mind. What if something bad happens?
Well, what if something good happens?
I need you. Need you. I need you.
Always.
I need you.
Always.
Need you. I need you.
Always. So why didn't you just come back?
I want to, but I just.
Always. 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 Let's hear it.
I might have overreacted.
But I want you to love me. But I want you to know me. Let's hear it. I don't love me. I don't know me. But I want you to love me. Change your mind.
Oh, Stephen, there's one more thing I have to mention.
What is it?
I love you. Bye.
See you later.
Starting tomorrow, I'll look everyone in the eye. Starting tomorrow.
Until we accept reality, we can't make any progress.
I just missed Brandon. Ah, dude. No. Shoot, I'm sorry. Whenever I go to make tea, my breaks tend to last a little bit longer. He was very impressed. Shoot, yeah. Let me catch up with the chat. A command to link to my music. Shoot. That'd probably be a good thing. I think I've been putting off doing that because I've been wanting to make an official, like, Mary Mitch page, for SoundCloud and Spotify and all that. And then post up, like, all the ones that, I don't know, that I, that I feel are the best ones I've created. Yeah, definitely, dude. Shoot, yeah, man, yeah, I wish he was here. I do know that, it's not as easily explained as I would hope, as to how it is I create my music. But dude, I'm more than willing to hand out pointers and tips and whatnot. Um, for those of you interested, I use Logic Pro X. That's my DAW, digital audio workspace. Been using it for a long time now. I use it. Yeah, I've been using it since my senior year of high school. And it's been an interesting road and journey with music. And if I had one thing to say to any like aspiring musicians, it's to not get bogged down to one genre. Explore a little, you know? Like check out some other genres. Do stuff outside of your comfort zone. And I know me personally, when I've done that, it's done wonders for my creativity when I go and approach a song, you know? Oh yeah, certainly, dude. Yeah, and I'll change the name of my SoundCloud soon enough. To say like past Mary Mitch or something. Let me see here. That's where most of the songs are. There's a few that are not posted that I play here on the channel. Like the one that you just heard, the Starting Tomorrow one. But that's where most of it is. Yeah. That's where I play a lot of the songs from. Heck yeah. But I'll tell you what, like I'll have more time this week to work on channel stuff, and I'm gonna put that in my to-do list to make a legitimate Mary Mitch page. and I'm gonna do my best to figure out Spotify as well. Spotify I'd say hesitant to approach because it intimidates me. SoundCloud, I know. SoundCloud is like easy for me to navigate and to post stuff to, but I think with Spotify, like I think there's a little more to it. Not entirely sure though. It's been a while since I've checked it out. Yeah. Official Mary Mitch page. And it's really nice to have settled on a moniker. You know, I've gone through a lot of monikers, from Graffinity to Pillow to to Loopy Space Boy to Lately, and then landing finally on Mary Mitch. It feels good to settle on a moniker. I debated it for so long, and I feel like that's not too abnormal. The idea that a name can change, and most likely will, like an artist's name will change, throughout the baby years of it, you know? The developmental years. But Mary Mitch is just solid. It's simple and sweet, and I feel like gets across what I try to put myself out there as, you know? Simply a Mary Mitch. Oh yeah. Thank you, May. But shoot, I really am sad that I miss Brandon. I hope I see him again soon enough. Heck yeah. Well, guys, now that I have my tea, I'm all stretched out. We've listened to some jams. Are we all ready to dive back into the illustrious writings of Rick Riordan? Before that, though, I did want to ask, did everybody else have a good break? And then the other thing I wanted to do as well is say thank you to you guys for the immense support in my music making as well. You know, not only do you guys love on me like here on this page and you know what I do with my readings and my voice acting, but to hear you guys support me so much with the music thing too is really cool. So thank you. Yeah, May, spoiler time about to start, sadly. Nice, nice. Well, that is what I kind of hope for, to be honest. I do hope everybody gets up and stretches at least a little on the break, but I also hope for, yeah, like there to be some chit-chatting amongst the community. I think that's cool. It's neat. That's a big thing that I feel like us streamers aim to do is build that community. Dude, the tiny me with the huge sunglasses is really good. I love how they I just love how they float like 5 feet in front of me as though I'm holding them up with telekinesis. Oh ho ho, Mitch. Is Zoe alive? Did you want me to spoil that? You need to know that spoiler? Are you sure? Are you sure? Also, are you on the 4th book right now? Or is it the 3rd? Sorry, are you on the 3rd book? Going through the Titan's Curse? I'm assuming since you're asking about Zoe, you probably met her. Yes. Yes. I need to know. I'll tell you one thing. This is up to your interpretation. The prophecy is correct. The prophecy is right. That's all I'm gonna say. The prophecy is always right. Too hot. Alright guys, so this is Percy Jackson and the Battle of the Labyrinth by Rick Riordan. 9. I scoop poop. I lost hope when I saw the horse's teeth. As I got closer to the fence, I held my shirt over my nose to block the smell. One stallion waded through the muck and whinnied angrily at me. He bared his teeth, which were pointed like a bear's. I tried to talk to him in my mind. I can do that with most horses. Hi, I told him. I'm going to clean your stables. Won't that be great? Yes, the horse said. Come inside. Eat you. Tasty half-blood. But I am Poseidon's son, I protested. He created horses. Usually, this gets me the VIP treatment in the equestrian world, but not this time. Yes, the horse agreed enthusiastically. Poseidon can come in too. We will eat both of you. Seafood. Seafood! The other horses chimed in as they waded through the field. Flies were buzzing everywhere, and the heat of the day didn't make the smell any better. I'd had some idea that I could do this challenge because I remembered how Hercules had done it. He channeled the river into the stables and cleaned them out that way. I figured I could maybe control the water, but if I couldn't get close to the horses without getting eaten, that was a problem. And the river was downhill from the stables, a lot further away than I'd realized, almost half a mile. The problem of the poop looked a lot bigger up close. I picked up a rusted shovel and experimented by scooping some away from the fence line. Great. Only 4 billion shovelfuls to go. The sun was already sinking. I had a few hours at best. I decided the river was my only hope. At least it would be easier to think at the riverside than it was here. I set off down the hill. When I got to the river, I found a girl waiting for me. She was wearing jeans and a green t-shirt, and her long brown hair was braided with river grass. She had a stern look on her face. Her arms were crossed. "Oh, no you don't," she said. I stared at her. "Are you a naiad?" She rolled her eyes. "Of course." "But you speak English, and you're out of the water." "What, you don't think we can act human if we want to?" I'd never thought about it. I kind of felt stupid, though, because I'd seen plenty of naiads at camp, and they'd never done much more than giggle and wave at me from the bottom of a canoe lake. "Look," I said, "I just came to ask." "I know who you are," she said, "and I know what you want. And the answer is no. I'm not going to have my river used again to clean that filthy stable." "But..." "Oh, save it, sea boy. You ocean god types always think you're so much more important than some little river, don't you? Well, let me tell you this. This naiad is not going to be pushed around just because your daddy is Poseidon. This is freshwater territory, mister. The last guy who asked me this favor... Oh, he was way better looking than you, by the way. He convinced me, and that was the worst mistake I've ever made. Do you have any idea what all the horse manure does to my ecosystem? Do I look like a sewage treatment plant to you? My fish will die. I'll never get the muck out of my plants. I'll be sick for years. No, thank you." The way she talked reminded me of my mortal friend, Rachel Elizabeth Dare. Kind of like she was punching me with words. I couldn't blame the naiad. Now that I thought about it, I'd be pretty mad if someone dumped 4 million pounds of manure in my home. But still. "My friends are in danger," I told her. "Well, that's too bad. But it's not my problem. And you're not going to ruin my river." She looked like she was ready for a fight. Her fists were balled, but I thought I heard a little quiver in her voice. Suddenly I realized that, despite her angry attitude, she was afraid of me. She probably thought I was going to fight her for control of the river, and she was worried she would lose. The thought made me sad. I felt like a bully, a son of Poseidon throwing his weight around. I sat down on a tree stump. "Okay, you win." The naiad looked surprised. "Really?" "I'm not going to fight you. It's your river." She relaxed her shoulders. Oh, good. I mean, good thing for you. But my friends and I are going to get sold to the Titans if I don't clean those stables by sunset. And I don't know how. The river gurgled along cheerfully. A snake slid through the water and ducked its head under. Finally, the naiad sighed. "I'll tell you a secret, son of the sea god. Scoop up some dirt What? You heard me? I crouched down and scooped up a handful of Texas dirt. It was dry and black, and spotted with tiny clumps of white rock. No, something besides rock. Those are shells, the Naiad said. Petrified seashells. Millions of years ago, even before the time of the gods, when only Gaia and Uranus reigned, this land was underwater. It was part of the sea. Suddenly, I saw what she meant. There were little pieces of ancient sea urchins in my hand. Mollusk shells. Even the limestone rocks had impressions of seashells embedded in them. Okay, I said. What good does that do for me? You're not so different from me, demigod. Even when I'm out of the water is within me. It is my life source. She stepped back, put her feet in the river, and smiled. I hope you find a way to rescue your friends. And with that, she turned to liquid and melted into the river. The sun was touching the hills when I got back to the stables. Somebody must have come by and fed the horses, because they were tearing into huge animal carcasses. I couldn't tell what kind of animal, and I really didn't want to know. If it was possible for the stables to get more disgusting, 50 horses tearing into raw meat did it. Seafood, one of them thought when they saw me. Come in, we're still hungry. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't use the river. And the fact that this place had been underwater a million years ago didn't exactly help me now. I looked at the little calcified seashell in my palm, then at the huge mountain of dung. Frustrated, I threw the shell into the poop. I was about to turn my back on the horses when I heard a sound. Like a balloon with a leak. I looked down where I had thrown the shell. A tiny spout of water was shooting out of the muck. No way, I muttered. Hesitantly, I stepped forward toward the fence. Get bigger, I told the water spout. Sploosh! Water shot 3 feet into the air and kept bubbling. It was impossible, but there it was. A couple of horses came over to check it out. One put his mouth to the spring and recoiled. Yuck, he said. Salty. It was seawater, in the middle of a Texas ranch. I scooped up another handful of dirt and picked out the shell fossils. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I ran around the length of the stable, throwing shells into the dung piles. Everywhere the shell hit, a saltwater spring erupted. Stop! The horses cried. Meat is good. Bats are bad. Then I noticed the water wasn't running out of the stables or flowing downhill like water normally would. It simply bubbled around each spring and sank into the ground, taking the dung with it. The horse poop dissolved in the salt water, leaving regular old wet dirt. More! I yelled. There was a tugging sensation in my gut, and the water spouts exploded like the world's largest car wash. Seawater shot 20 feet into the air. The horses went crazy, running back and forth as the geysers sprayed them from all directions. Mountains of poop began to melt like ice. The tugging sensation became more intense, painful even, but there was something exhilarating about seeing all the seawater. I had made this. I had brought the ocean to this hillside.
Stop, Lord!
A horse cried.
Stop, please!
Water was sloshing everywhere now. The horses were drenched, and some were panicking, slipping in the mud. The poop was completely gone. Tons of it just dissolved into the earth. And the water was now starting to pool, trickling out of the stable, making 100 little streams down toward the river. Stop, I told the water. Nothing happened. The pain in my gut was building. If I didn't shut off the geysers soon, the salt water would run into the river and poison the fish and plants. Stop! I concentrated all my might on shutting off the force of the sea. Suddenly, the geysers shut down. I collapsed to my knees, exhausted. In front of me was a shiny, clean horse stable, a field of wet, salty mud, and 50 horses that had been scored so thoroughly, their coats gleamed. Even the meat scraps between their teeth had been washed out.
We won't eat you,
the horses wailed.
Please, Lord. No more salty baths.
On one condition, I said. You only eat the food your handlers give you from now on, not people. Or I'll be back with more seashells. The horses whinnied and made me a whole lot of promises that they would be good flesh-eating horses from now on. But I didn't stick around to chat. The sun was going down. I turned and ran at full speed toward the ranch house. I smelled barbecue before I reached the house, and that made me even madder, because I really loved barbecue. The deck was set up for a party. Streamers and balloons decorated the railing. Guryan was flipping burgers on a huge barbecue cooker made from an oil drum. Eurytion lounged at a picnic table, picking his fingernails with a knife. The two-headed dog sniffed the ribs and burgers that were frying on the grill, and then I saw my friends. Tyson, Grover, Annabeth, and Nico, all tossed in a corner, tied up like rodeo animals, with their ankles and wrists roped together and their mouths gagged. Let them go! I yelled, still out of breath from running up the steps. I cleaned the stables! Guryan turned. He wore an apron on each chest, with one word on each, so together they spelled out, Kiss the Chef.
Did you now? How'd you manage it?
I was pretty impatient, but I told him. He nodded appreciatively.
Very ingenious. It would have been better if you'd promised that pesky naiad. It would have been better if you'd poisoned that pesky naiad. But no matter.
Let my friends go, I said. We had a deal.
I've been thinking about that. The problem is, if I let them go, I don't get paid.
You promised. Grayson made a sound.
But did you make me swear on the river Styx?
No, you didn't.
So it's not binding. When you're conducting business, Sonny, you should always get a binding oath.
I drew my sword. Orthus growled. One head leaned over, next to Grover's ear, and bared its fangs.
Eurytion, Guryan said, the boy is starting to annoy me. Kill him.
Eurytion studied me. I didn't like my odds against him, and that huge club. Kill him yourself, Eurytion said. Guryon raised an eyebrow. Excuse me? You heard me? Eurytion grumbled. You keep sending me out to do your dirty work. You pick fights for no good reason, and I'm tired of dying for you. You want to fight the kid, do it yourself. It was the most un-Ares-like thing I had ever heard a son of Ares say. Guryon threw down his spatula. You dare defy me! I should fire you right now! And who would care for your cattle? Orthus, heel. The dog immediately stopped growling at Grover and came to sit by the cowherder's feet. Fine, Guryon snarled. I'll deal with you later. After the boy is dead. He picked up 2 carving knives and threw them at me. I deflected one with my sword. The other impaled itself on the picnic table an inch from Eurytion's hand. I went on the attack. Guryon parried my first strike with a pair of hot red thongs and lunged at my face with a barbecue fork. I got inside his next thrust and stabbed him right through the middle chest. Ugh! He crumpled to his knees. I waited for him to disintegrate, the way monsters usually do, but instead, he just grimaced and began to stand up. The wound in the chef's apron started to heal. Nice try, sonny, he said. Thing is, I have 3 hearts. The perfect backup system. He tipped over the barbecue, and coals spilled everywhere. One landed next to Annabeth's face. She let out a muffled scream. Tyson strained against his bonds, but even his strength wasn't enough to break them. I had to end this fight before my friends got hurt. I jabbed Guryon in the left chest, but he only laughed. I stuck him in the right stomach. No good. I might as well have been sticking a sword in a teddy bear, for all the reaction he showed. 3 hearts, the perfect backup system. Stabbing one at a time was no good. I ran into the house. Coward! He cried. Come back and die right! The living room walls were decorated with a bunch of gruesome hunting trophies, stuffed deer, and dragon heads, a gun case, a sword display, and a bow with a quiver. Guryon threw his barbecue fork, and it thudded into the wall right next to my head. He drew 2 swords from the wall display. Your head's gonna go right there, Jackson, next to the grizzly bear. I had a crazy idea. I dropped Riptide and grabbed the bow off the wall. I was the worst archery shot in the world. I couldn't hit the targets at camp, much less a bullseye. But I had no choice. I couldn't win this fight with a sword. I prayed to Artemis and Apollo, the twin archers, hoping they might take pity on me for once. Please, guys, just one shot. Please. I notched an arrow. Guryon laughed. You fool! 1 arrow is no better than 1 sword. He raised his swords and charged. I dove sideways. Before he could turn, I shot my arrow into the side of his right chest. I heard thump, 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 as the arrow passed clean through each of his chests and flew out of his left side, embedding itself in the forehead of the grizzly bear trophy. Gurion dropped his swords. He turned and stared at me. You can't shoot. They told me you couldn't. His face turned a sickly shade of green. He collapsed to his knees and began crumbling into sand, until all that was left were 3 cooking aprons and an oversized pair of cowboy boots. I got my friends untied. Eurytion didn't try to stop me. Then I stoked up the barbecue and threw the food in the flames as a burnt offering for Artemis and Apollo. Thanks, guys, I said. I owe you one. The sky thundered in the distance, so I figured maybe the burgers smelled okay.
Yay for Percy!
Tyson said. Can we tie up this cowherd now? Nico asked. Yeah, Grover agreed. And that dog almost killed me. I looked at Eurytion, who still was sitting relaxed at the picnic table. Orthus had both his heads on the cowherd's knees. How long will it take for Gurion to reform? I asked him. Eurytion shrugged. 100 years? He's not one of those fast reformers. Thank the gods. You done me a favor. You said you died for him before, I remembered. How? I've worked for that creep for thousands of years. Started as a regular half-blood, but I chose immortality when my dad offered it. Worst mistake I ever made. Now I'm stuck here at this ranch. I can't leave. I can't quit. I just tend the cows and fight Gurion's fights. We're kinda tied together. Maybe you can change things, I said. Eurytion narrowed his eyes. How? Be nice to the animals. Take care of them. Stop selling them for food. And stop dealing with the Titans. Eurytion thought about that. That'd be alright. Get the animals on your side, and they'll help you. Once Gurion gets back, maybe he'll be working for you this time. Eurytion grinned. Now, that I could live with. You won't try to stop us leaving? Shoo, no. Annabeth rubbed her bruised wrists. She was still looking at Eurytion suspiciously. Your boss said that somebody paid for our safe passage. Who? The cowherd shrugged. Maybe he was just saying that to fool you. What about the Titans? I asked. Did you Iris message them about Nico yet? Nope. Gurion was waiting until after the barbecue. They don't know anything about him. Nico was glaring at me. I wasn't sure what to do about him. I doubted he would agree to come with us. On the other hand, I couldn't just let him roam around on his own. You could stay here until we're done with our quest, I told him. It would be safe. Safe? Nico said. What do I care if I'm safe? You got my sister killed! Nico, Annabeth said. That wasn't Percy's fault. And Gurion wasn't lying about Kronos wanting to capture you. If he knew you were here, who you were, he'd do anything to get you on his side. I'm not on anyone's side. And I'm not afraid. You should be, Annabeth said. Your sister wouldn't want... If you cared for my sister, you'd help me bring her back. A soul for a soul, I said. Yes! Yes! But if you didn't want my soul, I'm not explaining anything to you. He blinked tears out of his eyes. And I will bring her back. Bianca wouldn't want to be brought back, I said. Not like that. You didn't know her! He shouted. How do you know what she wants? How do you know what she'd want? I stared at the flames in the barbecue pit. I thought about the line in Annabeth's prophecy. You shall rise or fall by the Ghost King's hand. That had to be Minos. And I had to convince Nico not to listen to him. Let's ask Bianca. The sky seemed to grow darker all of a sudden. I've tried, Nico said miserably. She won't answer. Try again. I've got a feeling she'll answer with me here. Why would she? Because she's been sending me iris messages, I said, suddenly sure of it. She's been trying to warn me what you're up to, so I can protect you. Nico shook his head. That's impossible. One way to find out. You said you're not afraid. I turned to Eurytion. We're going to need a pit, like a grave, and food and drinks. Percy, Annabeth warned. I don't think this is a good... All right, Nico said. I'll try. Eurytion scratched his beard. There's a hole dug out back for a septic tank. We could use that. Cyclops boy, fetch my ice chest from the kitchen. Hope the dead like root beer. Hope the dead like root beer. Gosh, dude. I'm anxious about Nico. You know, like I'm trying hard to convey the emotion that I truly feel he's going through, you know, but I just don't know if I'm doing him justice. You know, that part where he screams, "You didn't know her." I don't know. I'd want to take another crack at that. I will say, this is an emotional chapter. Especially with, Nico returning. Or Nico and Percy meeting again for the first time in quite a long time. And is Bianca actually gonna come to them? Dude, Nico's gonna be pissed if she does. Or you know what, he'll want to be pissed, but as soon as he sees his sister, he's gonna break down. That facade, that anger built within him is just gonna, I don't know. It's all gonna melt away when he sees Bianca. That's my guess. Oh, heck, dude, Brandon. Are you back, dude? Welcome. Sorry, I didn't realize that was you that said barbecue. Yo, dude. How you doing, dude? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this is a small little break. I was talking about some of my thoughts on the chapter, but since you have now arrived, May, I'll try to keep my thoughts spoiler free. Brandon, I heard you had some questions about my music creation. We are on chapter 10. Halfway through the book. Or no, sorry, not halfway. Because I think there's... Wait, no? Halfway. Halfway through the book, as soon as we're done with this chapter. Whoa. That's freaking wild, dude. I love this series. I feel like the speed at which we've been going through these has increased, like, dramatically. Except for last week. Last week I had a big long work week. Had to be up early, so we read like one chapter per night. You still don't know the prophecy? Come on, yo. They tell you at the beginning of the book, I'm pretty sure. You're welcome. I mean, I could tell you what actually happens, but I don't know. Figured it might be better to leave it ambiguous. I feel that emote though. Let me see if I can find it. It's curse. Prophecy. Yeah, check it out. I don't know why you haven't gotten to this yet, but it's not a huge spoiler to read it out to you. 5 shall go west to the goddess in chains. 1 shall be lost in the land without rain. The bane of Olympus shows the trail. Campers and hunters combined prevail. The Titan's curse must one withstand, and 1 shall perish by a parent's hand. Oh, gotcha. So you haven't heard the prophecy yet. Never mind. If you're just now getting to where Nico and all them find Half-Blood Hill, then my bad. You haven't heard the prophecy yet, but you'll hear it pretty soon in the coming chapters. And just know, prophecy is true. It comes true. Did anyone else notice that, I don't know, whoever's here from tonight who was there at the last Simp Saturday, does anyone notice who Gurion's voice pretty much is? Because I definitely use the sheriff's voice for Gurion. I think I I'm making Gurions, or I made Gurions a little more exaggerated. And a little less realistic, but like a little more cartoony or goofy. It is not goofy. It is not the goofy voice. Dude. Would people consider Goofy's accent like to be under the category of country? Is that a thing? He does go hayuck. More yokel? Yokel? What is yokel? Yokel. 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 What? Yokel? Yokel. What are you talking about? That's a dialect? Or an accent? Strange. And it sounds like Goofy's accent? I mean, yes? Yes? Well. Alright then. Also, let's go. I'm just happy that that dude man, Eurytion freaking pulled the whole like I ain't working for you no more, boss move. The classic like underling who's way more powerful than the boss just decides, you know what? Nah. No. Not today. Yeah, Theokul does sound interesting. I wonder where it originates from. Theokul. Theokul. If you think about it, the amount of ways that human language developed and expanded throughout the many years that this earth has been a thing is wild. And it's only ever more expanding, right? We're only adding variations to accents to the list, right? I don't know, it's one thing that like leaves me marveling, right? And it's one thing that interests me so much about voice acting is the idea of what can I push my voice to do? You know? Because the range is incredible that one can achieve just due to practice. Yeah, that is a whoa. I agree wholeheartedly, May. Have you guys ever had like a really warm drink, drank it with glasses on, and enjoyed how it fogs up your glasses? I want to know if that's just me. Yeah, dude. It's like it's oddly cathartic, right? Get you some glasses, silly. Cathartic is a good word. Cathartic. Is my voice cathartic?
Kermit the Frog here. Why are there so many songs about rainbows? The lovers, the dreamers, and me. All of us under the sun. Wah! I love Kermit's accent. Honestly, the dude that does his voice is certainly could very well be an inspiration of mine. Yeah, I feel that. I don't know the exact definition for cathartic, but I know that its synonym is lulling or comforting, right? Yeah, dude, it's a beautiful song, not gonna lie. We were having an argument in my group chat about how many Kermits we could take out if we were attacked by 1,000 of him. Shoot, dude. How is this like the collective group of all of you against the 1,000 Kermits, or was it a debate on how many individually would each of you take out? I was really hung up on the battle cries. Yeah! I mean, the Kermit scream is iconic. The cacophony, dude, of all of those Kermits doing that same scream in varying pitches would be terrifying. Terrifying, dude. Xylophobia is a good word. I got no idea what that means. Is it to be afraid of xylophones? Like some horrifying war drums pitched up and accelerated. Kermit is iconic. Afraid of wooden objects. Huh. Well, I hope nobody with xylophobia meets Pinocchio. That could very well be their worst nightmare. Oh, or Plank from Ed, Edd and Eddy. Wouldn't want to meet him either. I know the one you're talking about. It's not coming to mind. But I do know what you're talking about. It makes me giddy to think that there is a word for, like, just specifically for throwing somebody out of a window. Defenstration. Thank you, Lucas. Defenstration. The act of yeeting an individual out of a window. So I'm trying to chug my tea because it's getting to the lukewarm stage, and I don't want to drink it cold. Cold. All right, guys. Last chapter of the night. Yeah, we are. We're doing the one more chapter. I wanted to get back to my usual 4 chapters a night. This week, since I am off from work. I'm on the verge of salt? Salt? You are on the verge of salt? Of salt. Oh. You were on the verge of salt
if we were to not continue? Ah, gotcha. I'm happy to oblige. My intent was to read 4 chapters tonight. No, silly. There may be a cliffhanger at the end of this one too, though. Riordan has a way of doing that. We'll see, though. This one, I think, is not too long. Oh, never mind. It's a solid like 25 pages. Alright guys, settle in. Get cozy. Throw a blanket over your lap and, I don't know, get yourself some tea or something. And settle in for the final chapter of the night. This is Percy Jackson and the Battle of the Labyrinth by Rick Riordan. 10. We play the game show of death. We did our summons after dark at a 20-foot-long pit in front of the septic tank. The tank was bright yellow, with a smiley face and red words painted on the side. Happy Flush Disposal Company. It didn't quite go with the mood of summoning the dead. The moon was full. Silver clouds drifted across the sky. Minos should be here by now, Nico said, frowning. It's full dark. Maybe he got lost, I said hopefully. Nico poured root beer and tossed barbecue into the pit, then began chanting in ancient Greek. Immediately, the bugs in the woods stopped chirping. In my pocket, the Stygian ice dog whistle started to grow colder, freezing against the side of my leg.
Make him stop,
Tyson whispered to me. Part of me agreed. This was unnatural. The night air felt cold and menacing. But before I could say anything, the first spirits appeared. Sulphurous mist seeped out of the ground. Shadows thickened into human forms. One blue shade drifted to the edge of the pit and knelt to drink. Stop him, Nico said, momentarily breaking his chant. Only Bianca may drink. I drew Riptide. The ghost retracted with a collective hiss at the side of my celestial bronze blade. But it was too late to stop the first spirit. He had already solidified into the shape of a bearded man in white robes. A circlet of gold wreathed his head, and even in death his eyes were alive with malice. Minos, Nico said. What are you doing? My apologies, master, the ghost said, though he didn't sound very sorry. The sacrifice smelled so good, I couldn't resist. He examined his own hands and smiled. It is good to see myself again, almost in solid form. You are disrupting the ritual, Nico protested. Get! The spirits of the dead began shimmering dangerously bright, and Nico had to take up the chant again to keep them at bay. Yes, quite right, master, Minos said with amusement. You keep chanting. I've only come to protect you from these liars who would deceive you. He turned to me as if I were some kind of cockroach. Percy Jackson. My.
The sons of Poseidon haven't improved over the centuries, have they?
I wanted to punch him, but I figured my fist would go right through his face. "We're looking for Bianca D'Angelo," I said. "Get lost." The ghost chuckled.
I understand you once killed my Minotaur with your bare hands. But worse things await you in the maze. Do you really believe Daedalus will help you?
The other spirits stirred in agitation. Annabeth drew her knife and helped me keep them away from the pit. Grover got so nervous he clung to Tyson's shoulder.
Daedalus cares nothing for you, half-bloods,
Minos warned.
You can't trust him. He is old beyond counting and crafty. He's bitter from the guilt of murder and is cursed by the gods.
The guilt of murder? I asked. Who did he kill?
Do not change the subject,
the ghost growled.
You are hindering Nico. You tried to persuade him to give up his goal. I would make him a lord.
Enough, Minos, Nico commanded. The ghost sneered.
Master, these are your enemies. You must not listen to them. Let me protect you. I will turn their minds to madness, as I did the others.
The others? Annabeth gasped. You mean Chris Rodriguez? That was you?
The maze is my property,
the ghost said.
Not Daedalus's. Those who intrude deserve madness.
Begone, Minos, Nico demanded. I want to see my sister. The ghost spit back his rage.
As you wish, master. But I warn you, you cannot trust these heroes.
With that, he faded into mist. Other spirits rushed forward, but Annabeth and I kept them back. Bianca, appear, Nico intoned. He started chanting faster, and the spirits shifted restlessly. Any time now, Grover muttered. Then a silvery light flickered in the trees. A spirit that seemed brighter and stronger than the others. It came closer, and something told me to let it pass. It knelt to drink at the pit. When it arose, it was the ghostly form of Bianca D'Angelo. Nico's chanting faltered. I lowered my sword. The other spirits started to crowd forward, but Bianca raised her arms and they retreated into the woods. Hello, Percy, she said. She looked the same as she had in life. A green cap set sideways on her thick black hair, dark eyes and olive skin like her brother's. She wore jeans and a silvery jacket, the outfit of a hunter of Artemis. A bow was slung over her shoulder. She smiled faintly, and her whole form flickered. Bianca, I said. My voice was thick. I felt guilty about her death for a long time, but seeing her in front of me was 5 times as bad. Like her death was fresh and new. I remembered searching through the wreckage of the bronze warrior she'd sacrificed her life to defeat, and not finding any sign of her. I'm so sorry, I said. You have nothing to apologize for, Percy. I made my own choice. I don't regret it. Bianca! Nico stumbled forward, like he was just coming out of a daze. She turned toward her brother. Her expression was sad, as if she'd been dreading this moment. Hello, Nico. You've gotten so tall. Why didn't you answer me sooner? He cried. I've been trying for months. I was hoping you would give up. Give up? He sounded heartbroken. How can you say that? I'm trying to save you. You can't, Nico. Don't do this. Percy is right. No. He let you die. He's not your friend. Bianca stretched out a hand as if to touch her brother's face, but she was made of mist. Her hand evaporated as it got close to living skin. You must listen to me, she said. Holding grudges is dangerous for a child of Hades. It is our fatal flaw. You have to forgive. You have to promise me this. I can't. Never. Percy has been worried about you, Nico. He can help. I let him see what you were up to, hoping he would find you. So it was you. Oh, so it was you, I said. You sent those iris messages. Bianca nodded. Why are you helping him and not me? Nico screamed. It's not fair! You are close to the truth now, Bianca told him. It's not Percy you're mad at, Nico. It's me. No. You're mad because I left you to become a hunter of Artemis. You're mad because I died and left you alone. I'm sorry for that, Nico. I truly am. But you must overcome the anger and stop blaming Percy for my choices. It will be your doom. She's right. Annabeth broke in. Kronos is rising, Nico. He'll twist anyone he can to his cause. I don't care about Kronos, Nico said. I just want my sister back. You can have that, Nico, Bianca told him gently. Oh. You can't have that, Nico, Bianca told him gently. I am the son of Hades! I can! Don't try, she said. If you love me, don't... Her voice trailed off. Spirits had started to gather around us again, and they seemed agitated. Their shadows shifted, their voices whispered. Danger! Tartarus stirs, Bianca said. Your power draws the attention of Kronos. The dead must return to the underworld. It's not safe for us to remain. Wait, Nico said. Please. Goodbye, Nico, Bianca said. I love you. Remember what I said? Her form shivered, and the ghost disappeared, leaving us alone with a pit, a happy flush septic tank, and a cold full moon. None of us were anxious to travel that night, so we decided to wait till morning. Grover and I crashed on the leather couches in Gurion's living room, which was a lot more comfortable than a bedroll in a maze, but it didn't make my nightmares any better. I dreamed I was with Luke, walking through the dark palace on top of Mount Tom. It was a real building now, not some half-finished illusion like I'd seen last winter. Green fires burned in braziers along the walls. The floor was polished black marble. A cold wind blew down the hallway, and above us, through the open ceiling, I saw the sky swirling with gray storm clouds. Luke was dressed for battle. He wore camouflage pants, a white t-shirt, and a bronze breastplate. But his sword, Backbiter, wasn't at his side. Only an empty scabbard. We walked into a large courtyard where dozens of warriors and Drachni were preparing for war. When they saw him, the demigods rose to attention. They beat their swords against their shields. "Is it time, my lord?" a Drachni asked. "Soon," Luke promised. "Continue your work." "My lord? My lord? My lord?" a voice said behind him. Kelly the Imposa was smiling at him. She wore a blue dress tonight and looked wickedly beautiful. Her eyes flickered, sometimes dark brown, sometimes pure red. Her hair was braided down her back and seemed to catch the light of the torches, as if it were anxious to turn back into pure flames. My heart was pounding. I waited for Kelly to see me, to chase me out of the dream as she did before, but this time she didn't seem to notice me. "You have a visitor." "Oh, you have a visitor," she told Luke. She stepped aside, and even Luke seemed stunned by what he saw. The monster, Compe, towered above him. Her snakes hissed around her legs. Animal heads growled at her waist. Her swords were drawn, shimmering with poison, and with her bat wings extended, she took up the entire corridor. "You." Luke's voice sounded a little shaky. "I told you to stay in Alcatraz." Compe's eyelids blinked sideways, like a reptile's. She spoke in that weird rumbling language, but this time I understood, somewhere in the back of my mind. "I come to serve. I come to serve. I come to serve. Give me revenge." "You're a jailer," Luke said. "Your job—" "I will have them dead. No one escapes me." Luke hesitated. A line of sweat trickled down the side of his face. "Very well," he said. "You will go with us. You may carry Ariadne's string. It is a position of great honor." Compe hissed at the stars. She sheathed her swords and turned, pounding down the hallway on her enormous dragon legs. "We should have left that one in Tartarus," Luke mumbled. "She is too chaotic, too powerful." Kelly laughed softly. "You should not fear power, Luke. Use it." "The sooner we leave, the better," Luke said. "I want this over with." "Aww," Kelly sympathized, running a finger down his arm. "You find it unpleasant to destroy your old camp?" "I didn't say that." "You're not having second thoughts about your own, special part?" Luke's face turned stormy. "I know my duty." "That's good," the demon said. "Is our strike force sufficient, do you think? Or will I need to call Mother Hecate for help?" "We have more than enough," Luke said grimly. "The deal is almost complete. All I need now is to negotiate safe passage through the arena. Kelly said. That should be interesting. I would hate to see your handsome head on a spike if you fail. I will not fail. And you, demon, don't you have other matters to attend to? Oh, yes, Kelly smiled. I am bringing despair to our eavesdropping enemies. I'm doing that right now. She turned her eyes directly on me, exposed her talons, and ripped through my dream. Suddenly, I was in a different place. I stood at the top of a stone tower, overlooking rocky cliffs and the ocean below. The old man Daedalus was hunched over a work table, wrestling with some kind of navigational instrument, like a huge compass. He looked years older than when I'd last seen him. He was stooped, and his hands were gnarled. He cursed in ancient Greek and squinted as if he couldn't see his work, even though it was a sunny day. Uncle! A voice called. A smiling boy about Nico's age came bounding up the steps, carrying a wooden box. Hello, Perdix, the old man said, though his tone sounded cold. Done with your projects already? Yes, Uncle. They were easy. Daedalus scowled. Easy? The problem of moving water uphill without a pump was easy? Oh, yes. Look. The boy dumped his box and rummaged through the junk. He came up with a strip of papyrus and showed the old inventor some diagrams and notes. They didn't make any sense to me, but Daedalus nodded grudgingly. I see. Not bad. The king loved it, Perdick said. He said I might be even smarter than you. Did he now? But I don't believe that. I'm so glad Mother sent me to study with you. I want to know everything you do. Yes, Daedalus muttered. So when I die, you can take my place, eh? The boy's eyes widened. No, Uncle. But I've been thinking, why does a man have to die anyway? The inventor scowled. It is the way of things, lad. Everything dies but the gods. But why? The boy insisted. If you could capture the animus, the soul in another form, well, you've told me about your automatons, Uncle. Bulls, eagles, dragons, horses of bronze. Why not a bronze form for a man? No, my boy, Daedalus said sharply. You are naive. Such a thing is impossible. I don't think so, Perdix insisted. With the use of a little magic. Magic? Bah! Yes, Uncle. Magic and mechanics together. With a little work, one could make a body that would look exactly human, only better. I've made some notes. He handed the old man a thick scroll. Daedalus unfurled it. He read it for a long time. His eyes narrowed. He glanced at the boy and closed the scroll and cleared his throat. It would never work, my boy. When you're older, you'll see. Can I fix that astrolab then, Uncle? Are your joints swelling up again? The old man's jaw clenched. No, thank you. Now why don't you run along? Perdix didn't seem to notice the old man's anger. He snatched the bronze beetle from his mound of stuff and ran to the edge of the tower. A low sill ringed the rim, coming just to the boy's knees. The wind was strong. Move back, I wanted to tell him, but my voice didn't work. Perdix wound up the beetle and tossed it into the sky. It spread its wings and hummed away. Perdix laughed with delight. Smarter than me, Daedalus mumbled, too soft for the boy to hear. Is it true your son died flying, Uncle? I heard you made him enormous wings, but they failed. Daedalus's hands clenched. Take my place, he muttered. The wind whipped around the boy, tugging at his clothes, making his hair ripple. I would like to fly, Perdix said. I'd make my own wings that wouldn't fail. Do you think I could? Maybe it was a dream within my dream, but suddenly I imagined the two-headed god Janus shimmering in the air next to Daedalus, smiling as he tossed a silver key from hand to hand. Choose, he whispered to the old inventor. Choose. Daedalus picked up another one of the boy's metal bugs. The inventor's old eyes were red with anger. Perdix, he called. Catch! He tossed the bronze beetle toward the boy. Delighted, Perdix tried to catch it, but the throw was too long. The beetle sailed into open sky, and Perdix reached a little too far. The wind caught him. Somehow he managed to grab the rim of the tower with his fingers as he fell. Uncle! He screamed. Help me! The old man's face was a mask. He did not move from his spot. Go on, Perdix, Daedalus said softly. Make your own wings. Be quick about it. Uncle! The boy cried as he lost his grip. He tumbled toward the sea. There was a moment of deadly silence. The god Janus flickered and disappeared. Then thunder shook the sky. A woman's stern voice spoke from above. You will pay the price for that, Daedalus. I heard that voice before. It was Annabeth's mother, Athena. Daedalus scowled up at the heavens. I have always honored you, mother. I have sacrificed everything to follow your way. Yet the boy had my blessing as well, and you have killed him. For that, you must pay. I've paid, and paid, Daedalus growled. I've lost everything. I'll suffer in the underworld, no doubt, but in the meantime... He picked up the boy's scroll, studied it for a moment, and slipped it into his sleeve. You do not understand, Athena said coldly. You will pay now and forever. Suddenly, Daedalus collapsed in agony. I felt what he felt. A searing pain closed around my neck, like a molten hot collar, cutting off my breath, making everything go black. I woke in the dark, my hands clutching at my throat. Percy, Grover called from the other sofa. Are you okay? I studied my breathing. I wasn't sure how to answer. I just watched the guy we were looking for, Daedalus, murder his own nephew. How could I be okay? The television was going. Blue light flickered through the room. What What time is it? I croaked. 2 in the morning, Grover said. I couldn't sleep. I was watching the Nature Channel. He sniffled. I miss Juniper. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes. Yeah, well, you'll see her again soon. Grover shook his head sadly. Do you know what day it is, Percy? I just saw it on TV. It's June 13th. 7 days since we left camp. What? I said. That can't be right. Time is faster in the Labyrinth, Grover reminded me. The first time you and Annabeth went down there, you thought you were only gone a few minutes, right? But it was an hour. Oh, I said. Right. Then it dawned on me what he was saying, and my throat felt searing hot again. Your deadline with the Council of Cloven Elders. Grover put the TV remote in his mouth and crunched. Crunched off the end of it. I'm out of time, he said with a mouthful of plastic. As soon as I go back, they'll take away my searcher's license. I'll never be allowed to go out again. We'll talk to them, I promised. Make them give you more time. Grover swallowed. They'll never go for it. The world is dying, Percy. Every day it gets worse. The wild. I can just feel it fading. I have to find Pan. You will, man. No doubt. Grover looked at me with sad goat eyes. You've always been a good friend, Percy. What you did today, saving the ranch animals from Gurion, that was amazing. I wish I could be more like you. Hey, I said. Don't say that. You're just as much a hero. No, I'm not. I keep trying, but... He sighed. Percy, I can't go back to camp without finding Pan. I just can't. You understand that, don't you? I can't face Juniper if I fail. I can't even face myself. His voice was so unhappy it hurt to hear. We'd been through a lot together, but I'd never heard him sound this down. We'll figure something out, I said. You haven't failed. You're the champion goat boy, all right? Juniper knows that. So do I. Grover closed his eyes. Champion goat boy, he muttered dejectedly. A long time after, he dozed off. I was still awake, watching the blue light of the Nature Channel wash over the stuffed trophy heads on Gurion's walls. The next morning, we walked down to the cattle guard and said our goodbyes. Nico, you could come with us, I blurted out. I guess I was thinking about my dream, and how much the young boy Perdix reminded me of Nico. He shook his head. I don't think any of us had slept well in the Demon Ranch house, but Nico looked worse than anybody else. His eyes were red and his face chalky. He was wrapped in a black robe that must have belonged to Gurion, because it was 3 sizes too big, even for a grown man. I need time to think. His eyes wouldn't meet mine, but I could tell from his tone he was still angry. The fact that his sister had come out of the underworld for me, and not for him, didn't seem to sit well with him. Nico, Annabeth said, Bianca just wants you to be okay. She put her hand on his shoulder, but he pulled away and trudged up the road toward the ranch house. Maybe it was my imagination, but the morning mist seemed to cling to him as he walked. I'm worried about him, Annabeth told me. If he starts talking to Minos' ghost again... He'll be alright, Eurytion promised. The cowherd had cleaned up nicely. He was wearing new jeans and a clean western shirt, and he'd even trimmed his beard. He put on Gurion's boots. The boy can stay here and gather his thoughts as long as he wants. He'll be safe, I promise. What about you? I asked. Eurytion scratched Orthus behind one chin, then the other. Things are gonna be run a little different on this ranch from now on. No more sacred cattle meat. I'm thinking about soybean patties. I'm going to befriend those flesh-eating horses. Might just sign up for the next rodeo. The idea made me shudder. Well, good luck. Yep. Eurytion spit into the grass. I reckon you'll be looking for Daedalus's workshop now. Annabeth's eyes lit up. Can you help us? Eurytion studied the cattle guard, and I got the feeling the subject of Daedalus's workshop made him uncomfortable. Don't know where it is, but Festus probably would. That's what Era said, Annabeth agreed. But how do we find Hephaestus? Eurytion pulled something from under his collar. It was a necklace, a smooth silver disc on a silver chain. The disc had a depression in the middle, like a thumbprint. He handed it to Annabeth. Hephaestus comes here from time to time, Eurytion said. Studies the animals and such, so he can make bronze automaton copies. Last time, I, did him a favor. A little trick he wanted to play on my dad, Ares, and Aphrodite. He gave me that chain in gratitude. Said if I ever needed to find him, the disc would lead me to his forges, but only once. And you're giving it to me? Annabeth asked. Eurytion blushed. Shoot, I don't need to see the forges, miss. Got enough to do here. Just press the button and you'll be on your way. Annabeth pressed the button and the disc sprang to life. It grew 8 metallic legs. Annabeth shrieked and dropped it, much to Eurytion's confusion. Spider! She screamed. She's, a little scared of spiders, Grover explained. That old grudge between Athena and Arachne. Oh, Eurytion looked embarrassed. Sorry, miss. The spider scrambled to the cattle guard and disappeared between the bars. Hurry, I said. That thing's not going to wait for us. Annabeth wasn't anxious to follow, but we didn't have much of a choice. We said our goodbyes to Eurytion. Tyson pulled the cattle guard off the hole, and we dropped back down into the maze. I wish I could have put the mechanical spider on a leash. It scuttled along the tunnel so fast, most of the time I couldn't even see it. If it hadn't have been for Tyson's and Grover's excellent hearing, we never would have known which way it was going. We ran down a marble tunnel, then dashed to the left, and almost fell into an abyss. Tyson grabbed me and hauled me back before I could fall. The tunnel continued in front of us, but there was no floor. For about 100 feet, just gaping darkness, and a series of iron rungs in the ceiling. The mechanical spider was about halfway across, swinging from bar to bar by shooting out metal web fiber. "Monkey bars," Annabeth said. "I'm great at these." She leapt onto the first rung and started swinging her way across. She was scared of tiny spiders, but not of plummeting to her death from a set of monkey bars. Go figure. Annabeth got to the other side and ran after the spider. I followed. When I got across, I looked back and saw Tyson giving Grover a piggyback ride. Or was it a goatee back ride? Anyways, the big guy made it across in 3 swings, which was a good thing, since just as he landed, the last iron bar ripped free under his weight. He kept moving and passed a skeleton crumpled in the tunnel. It wore the remains of a dress shirt, slacks, and a tie. The spider didn't slow down. I slipped on a pile of wood scraps, but when I shined a light on them, I realized they were pencils. Hundreds of them, all broken in half. The tunnel opened up onto a large room. A blazing light hit us. Once my eyes adjusted, the first thing I noticed were the skeletons. Dozens littered the floor around us. Some were old and bleached white. Others were more recent and a lot grosser. They didn't smell quite as bad as Gurion's stables, but almost. Then I saw the monster. She stood on a glittery dais on the opposite side of the room. She had the body of a huge lion and the head of a woman. She would have been pretty, but her hair was tied back in a tight bun, and she wore too much makeup, so she kind of reminded me of my 3rd grade choir teacher. She had a blue ribbon badge pinned to her chest that took me a moment to read. This monster has been rated exemplary. Tyson whimpered.
Sphinx.
I knew exactly why he was scared. When he was small, Tyson had been attacked by a sphinx in New York. He still had the scars on his back to prove it. Spotlights blazed on either side of the creature. The only exit was a tunnel right behind the dais. The mechanical spider scuttled between the Sphinx's paws and disappeared. Annabeth started forward, but the Sphinx roared, showing fangs in her otherwise human face. Bars came down on both tunnel exits, behind us and in front. Immediately, the monster's snarl turned into a brilliant smile. "Welcome, lucky contestants," she announced. "Get ready to play. Answer that riddle!" Canned applause blasted from the ceiling, as if there were invisible loudspeakers. Spotlights swept across the room and reflected off the dais, throwing disco glitter over the skeletons on the floor. "Fabulous prizes," the Sphinx said. "Pass the test and you get to advance. Fail, and I get to eat you. Who will be our contestant?" Annabeth grabbed my arm. "I've got this," she whispered. "I know what she's going to ask." I didn't argue too hard. I didn't want Annabeth getting devoured by a monster, but I figured if the Sphinx was going to ask riddles, Annabeth was the best one of us to try. She stepped forward to the contestant podium, which had a skeleton in a school uniform hunched over it. She pushed the skeleton out of the way, and it clattered to the floor. "Sorry," Annabeth told it. "Welcome, Annabeth Chase!" the monster cried. Though Annabeth hadn't said her name, Are you ready for your test?
Yes, she said. Ask your riddle.
20 riddles, actually, the Sphinx said gleefully.
What? But back in the old days...
Oh, we've raised our standards. To pass, you must show proficiency in all 20. Isn't that great? Applause switched on and off, like somebody turning a faucet. Annabeth glanced at me nervously. I gave her an encouraging nod. Okay.
Oh, okay,
she told the Sphinx.
I'm ready.
A drum roll sounded from above. The Sphinx's eyes glittered with excitement. What is the capital of Bulgaria? Annabeth frowned. For a terrible moment, I thought she was stumped.
Sophia, she said. But...
Correct! More canned applause. The Sphinx smiled so wide her fangs showed. Please be sure to mark your answer correctly and clearly on your test sheet with a number 2 pencil.
What?
Annabeth looked mystified. Then a test book appeared on the podium in front of her, along with a sharpened pencil. Make sure you bubble each answer correctly and clearly. Stay inside the circle, the Sphinx said. If you have to erase completely, or the machine will not be able to read your answers.
What machine?
The Sphinx pointed with her paw. Over by the spotlight was a bronze box with a bunch of gears and levers, and a big Greek letter Eta on the side, the mark of Hephaestus. Now, said the Sphinx, next question.
Wait a second,
Annabeth protested.
What about what walks on 4 legs in the morning?
I beg your pardon, the Sphinx said, clearly annoyed now.
The riddle about man. He walks on 4 legs in the morning like a baby, 2 legs in the afternoon like an adult, and 3 legs in the evening as an old man with a cane. That's the riddle you used to ask.
Exactly why we've changed the test, the Sphinx exclaimed. You already knew the answer. Now, second question. What is the square root of 16?
4,
Annabeth said. But correct! Which U.S. president signed the Emancipation Proclamation?
Abraham Lincoln, but...
Correct! Riddle number 4. How much...
Hold up!
Annabeth shouted. I wanted to tell her to stop complaining. She was doing great. She should just answer the questions so we could leave. Hey, Aw7. I have not read any work by Aurea Belcia. I'd certainly like to, though. And thank you, Marvin, for the host. And also for continuing your sub, dude. That means a lot. Your monthly support is going to good use. Thank you.
These aren't riddles,
Annabeth said. What do you mean? The Sphinx snapped. Of course they are. This test material is specifically designed...
It's just a bunch of dumb, random facts,
Annabeth insisted.
Riddles are supposed to make you think.
Think? The Sphinx frowned. How am I supposed to test whether you can think? That's ridiculous! Now how much force is required?
Stop!
Annabeth insisted.
This is a stupid test.
Annabeth, Grover cut in nervously. Maybe you should just, finish first and complain later.
I am a child of Athena, she insisted. And this is an insult to my intelligence.
I won't answer these questions. Part of me was impressed with her for standing up like that. But part of me thought her pride was going to get us all killed. The spotlights glared. The Sphinx's eyes glittered pure black. Why then, my dear, the monster said calmly, if you won't pass, you fail. And since we can't allow any children to be held back, you'll be eaten! The Sphinx bared her claws, which gleamed like stainless steel. She pounced at the podium. No! Tyson charged. He hates it when people threaten Annabeth, but I couldn't believe he was being so brave, especially since he had had such a bad experience with the Sphinx before. He tackled the Sphinx midair, and it crashed sideways into a pile of bones. This gave Annabeth just enough time to gather her wits and draw her knife. Tyson got up, his shirt clawed to shreds. The Sphinx growled, looking for an opening. I drew Riptide and stepped in front of Annabeth. Turn invisible, I told her. I can fight? No, I yelled. The Sphinx is after you. Let us get to it. As if to prove my point, the Sphinx knocked Tyson aside and tried to charge past me. Grover poked her in the eye with somebody's leg bone. She screeched in pain. Annabeth put on her cap and vanished. The Sphinx pounced right where she'd been standing, but came up with empty paws. No fair! The Sphinx wailed. Cheater! With Annabeth no longer in sight, the Sphinx turned on me. I raised my sword, but before I could strike, Tyson ripped the monster's grating machine out of the floor and threw it at the Sphinx's head, ruining her hair bun. It landed in pieces all around her. My grating machine! She cried. I can't be exemplary without my test scores! The bars lifted from the exits. We all dashed for the far tunnel. I could only hope Annabeth was doing the same. The Sphinx started to follow, but Grover raised his reed pipes and began to play. Suddenly the pencils remembered they used to be part of trees. They collected around the Sphinx's paws, grew roots and branches, and began wrapping around the monster's legs. The Sphinx ripped through them, but it bought us just enough time. That's right, I am talking to you, Marvin. I love you, dude. Oh gosh, this is the last page. Tyson pulled Grover into the tunnel, and the bars slammed shut behind us. Annabeth! I yelled. Here! She said right next to me. Keep moving! We ran through the dark tunnels, listening to the roar of the Sphinx behind us as she complained about all the tests she would have to grade by hand. And that's where we'll leave off. We'll pick up there tomorrow. Whew. With chapter 11. They made it past the Sphinx. Also, what? You know what that reminds me of? You guys have played the 1,000-Year Door, right? Paper Mario? Do you remember that moment when you walk into that, like, temple area? There's this menacing-looking thwomp chilling there. And you walk up to it, and you're like, what's this all about? What's going on here? Is this thwomp still alive? Is he some ancient being? And then out of nowhere, when you go to talk to him, he goes, welcome to tonight's game show. And it turns into frickin' trivia. what's her name had me fuming? Annabeth? Are you talking about Annabeth? The one answering questions? Edema guy, thank you for the follow. Much obliged. I hope you enjoy my dulcet tones and my readings. Yeah. Yeah, dude, her freaking pride, right? She nearly got them all killed because of her pride. And she's wicked smart, too. I thought they were going to actually take out the Sphinx. I thought they were about to battle her down. But I think they did the right thing by just getting the heck out. Tyson, though. Him throwing, like, the grading machine was a clever idea. It supports the whole concept that I have, that I think Tyson is smarter than he lets on. And there's a moment in the Titan's Curse, I think, that said that very thing too. Dude, in that dream sequence, golly, Daedalus is a murderer of his own kin. Of his own kin. Daedalus, how you gonna do that? Dude, is Percy gonna tell Annabeth that Daedalus has killed one of her, like, ancient, albeit, but one of her siblings? Dude, he's become a bitter old man. A bitter old bean. But he's apparently cursed. I imagine that's why. I don't quite understand the whole, like, pain around the throat thing yet, but interesting. Hey, thank you, Master Aller Alert. Aller Alert. I dig that name. I appreciate the follow. Yeah, man. It's a solid strategy. Especially when it's ancient and serious. I don't know what it is about, like, the fact that a sphinx, like this ancient being, meant to be like this being of knowledge and wisdom and power. Hey, thank you, Therum. Therum Burnett Nurse. I appreciate the follow. For those of you guys following, I'd love to give you an idea of what I do here. I'll give you my little spiel. I read books and short stories aloud in an effort to practice voice acting and introduce myself and others to new literature, or in this case, go down the road of nostalgia and check out some stories and books from my childhood. It's like the all-powerful and knowledgeable wizards. Heck yeah. Instead of fighting, they run away. You're welcome. Is it Therim or Therum? Therum Burnett Nars. And is it meant to be, like, spaced out, like Therum? Therim Burnett Nars. You try my name in a British accent. It's more like Turem. Turem. Well, I can try. Let's see. What's all this then? Therum Burnett Nars? Therum Burnett Nars? What? Therum Burnett Nars? Therum Burnett Nars? Interesting. Very. Quite. Of course, Mobbin. What's this favor? Let's go. Super swag. Super swag. In a voice changed, in a demon voice changed voice. Mobbin' dirty. How intense do you want it? On a scale of 1 to 10. Yeah, I think my my favorite British accent is the more Cockney accent. Like the one from down under London. The one if you've ever seen the Top Boy on Netflix. That's where I draw a lot of that a lot of the inspiration for that one. Whatever voice you used in the last book, that always scared the shit out of me. The shite out of me. The shite out of me. Alrighty.
Mobbin' Dirty. Thank you for continuing your subscription. And I pray you will continue another month after. Lest you fail in your sacred duty. Mobbin' Dirty. The ream burn its nose. 420.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Twitch gamer, bruh. I appreciate the follow, and I must say your name brings me joy, to say the least. And you tried in a German accent. Yo, Mitch, I got the voice changer. It's stupidly fun to play around with. Absolutely, dude. Especially their voice lab. You can even set up like a soundboard and whatnot with sound effects and whatnot. A nice way to say mobbin', not gonna lie. Say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you say it loud enough, it's actually quite atrocious. No, it's not very good. People are gonna be asking you to do this constantly now. It's alright. It's good practice. So long as I'm not in the midst of a reading, it's good fun. Shoot, now I got that song in my head. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. In a German accent. I mean, I can certainly try. Hang on. I nearly just went back to like Irish. I can certainly try. Or I can. What am I trying to say in this accent? Mein Master, lad. Mein. Nein. Ja. Uns very good. I'd post the longest word here, but it's too long. I can just imagine you say Theron Burnett Nurs for a Doritos ad. Heck yeah, dude. Theron Burnett Nurs. Later, mobbin'. Yeah, we're gonna be moseying into the end of the stream here. We finished our final chapter for the night. It wound up being a lot more of an exciting chapter than I feel fit the nighttime atmosphere. But regardless, you know, we take the chapters as they come. Can you say my name in a German accent? Let's see, what is the name? Ragragern Gekachem. Ragragern Gekachem. Dude, that name is wicked.
Oh boy.
We did. Lucas actually clipped it. If you check out the clips on the channel, he put up the new record. 4 books on the face. We got one. Theron Burnett nurse out. Later, Theron. Thanks for stopping by, man. Hope to see you again. Think we got 6? We got 2. I mean, I could go try to like put them all on for just the heck of it, for the fun of it, but Yoop out as well. I'll see you, Master. Again, thank you for coming by. Your presence means a lot to me. Oh, balancing. 2 books on the face right now? It appears to be that way. Hang on, I will need to go retrieve said books. Oh, hold on. Wait! We have 3. I need more book. Let me see. Oh no. Alright, I think I have enough books. How many do we have? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Here we go. I'll do all of the Percy Jackson books. Oh boy. We will start with... It's not enough books. How many do we have? You were right. You were correct. There's not nearly enough books. Gotta break into the backup supply. Let's see. This one will do. This one will probably do. This one too. Like a big one. Okay. Alright. Let's give this a try. I need full concentration. Let's see. Can you see it okay from here? Okay. Alright, so we're gonna start with this big as heck book. For which to balance the rest on. There's two. Ooh. Three. Four. Five. Oh, dude. I have done it. I am one with the book. At long last. I am enlightened. Well, we'll see if that record can be broken. Perhaps on another stream. That was 10. Wonder if we can do more. Anywho. No, I'm thinking with that one, I might have to do just 10 books, but for double the amount of time, maybe? Cacum Barunte Nerse Yoop Yoop? I have no idea what that means. Hope I didn't say a bad word in another language. That would be good. Oh goodness, also sorry. I forgot. You're still staring at the floor. Wow. There we are. Gosh, if I get hit with 20 books. I don't know. I do believe I might need to make that the book on face thing just a smidge more expensive. Hey Andrew, I need you to come here for a bit. Yeah, sure, Mitch. What's going on? What you need? Help like shaving the back of your neck or something, like normal? No. It's something much more important. What? Oh, no, that means you're very handsome. But in a tone where master means he will kidnap you and force you to be his bride. Lovey face with hearts floating around it? Question mark? Yeah, dude. We'll see. I don't know if my face can withstand that much book, that much enlightenment, you know? I'll have to train my face muscles. Too good. Unlimited power! Ah! Dude, if only I could do, like, I want to do like a smash cut where I go, unlimited power! And as I like throw my head back, the books appear on my face. That's like my hair going Super Saiyan, but instead, the books just stack and appear upon my face one at a time. I do telekinesis. Start floating around like, oh, what's that X-Men girl? X-Men girl. The Phoenix. You know what I'm talking about. The world record Bible face stack. Shoot. I could maybe do that. Never thought of myself as a world record setter, but hey. You never know where this life might lead me. The most shoplifted book is the Bible? Fascinating. Thank you. I rather like that window. It's a good one. However, it got me good earlier in the night. Thank you, Tareem. I'm flattered, or Tareem. You're so inviting. Wait, hang on. I can do this thing where. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ooh. Bring it around town. Whoop, whoop. I don't know. Dude, I feel like my neck does occasionally get a little chicken-like. Cell membrane. Welcome to the wildflowers. I appreciate the follow. Sharif, why? My neck reminds you of a pigeon. Heck yeah, dude. Well, it's getting to be the late hours of the night where I'm at, so we've had some fun here at the end of the stream, and I appreciate you guys for making it so fun. Shireen Bennett, nice. Rip Force. Yeah, man. We were having too much fun. Oftentimes, time flies when one is having the fun. Oh, dude, that's right. I wish I had remembered to say something. My bad. If you're here again tomorrow night, I will remind you to get the heck out of here at the proper hour. Thanks for staying up, though, dude. It means a lot that you would hang out. Indeed, and I pray, despite getting the amount of hours that you might need, I still pray the sleep is refreshing. Now you wake up feeling good and ready for the day. They do block the sun good. I do think so. I try not to let them block the sun though whenever the sun is out. Unless I for some reason need it to be blocked. What's the white thing in the back? Where? Talking about that? Shaped very immaculately. Or that? On the shelf? You meant that? That is from that's from a series on Netflix. It's called Hulu. I think an Etsy creator made it, but it's the little deer fox. It's the little deer fox. That's a cutie. If you haven't seen Hilda, definitely go check that out. It is freaking adorable. Hulu on Netflix. It's Hilda. Hilda. And then my other boy in white over here is one of my favorite dudes. He is Coca-Cola Man. Do you remember this guy from the commercials a long time ago? Oh heck, I'm far away from the mic. Do you remember this guy from the yeah, from those Coke commercials? This was my brother's a long time ago. This has been in our family for, oddly enough, upwards of 10 years, I think. Wild. Don't know where it was bought from or where it originated, but this little guy is a good dude. Ah. It reminds you of Christmas. Heck yeah. Dream, what? Same. Sadly, I had to lock my brother in the attic for a few days, but he eventually handed it over. It's a good lad. I agree with Chimpy. Here boughten from? Can I get a rough estimate of the amount of books I've read? I like that accent. Where am I from? I'm from, I guess, well, I was born in America, in the middle area. Then we moved west, northwest to the very corner, and then all the way east to the middle of America. My family is Irish, though. Like, we have Irish blood. We're a cut of the Irish. I have a feeling you smell like carrots. What if I do? Is it 'cause I'm good for your eyes? Oh! Is it 'cause I'm so dang good to look at? It's true. I don't smell like carrots. However, the idea of a carrot cologne makes me very happy. How many potatoes do I eat a day? see. 5 at breakfast. 3 at lunch. 2 in between lunch and breakfast. And 2 in between lunch and dinner. And then finish off the day with a solid 20 at dinner time. It's not an easy diet, but someone's got to do it, you know? Stop! Stop this! Now that's smooth, Comet. Darren Burnett Nurse, excuse you. That is very inappropriate of you. I'm sorry, Mr. Master Yoop. Who is Yoop? Who is this Yoop person? Officially pass your DMs. I don't know. I'm somewhat confused. I'm somewhat confuddled, if you will. Dude, you see what happened was it went past 1 a.m. Indeed. Well, guys, this has been a stellar night. Wound up meeting a lot more new folks. You know, seeing some fresh usernames at the channel, which is so cool. That well, it is getting late. I've been going for longer than I normally do. Oh, cell membrane, fear not. I will be back again on the morrow. And we can continue. Yeah. Shoot, guys. Yeah, know that I stream every day except for Wednesday. If you're not interested in the Percy Jackson books, know that on the weekends we do short stories. Friday is fantasy themed. Saturday is horror themed. And Sunday is sci-fi themed. Those are a little easier to jump in on, I think. I'd say that these nights might be, I don't know. Most of the streams are pretty casual. Until I get into the reading zone. That reading zone. Thank you, Tarum. You flatter me. I blush so much. That moment when you piss instead of kiss. Dude, hey man. I understand. Happens to the best of us. Watch out for the bogeyman when I sleep tonight. I'll keep an eye out. He doesn't pass by too often, but when he does, he's kind of a cool guy. We play checkers, you know. My real name is Kachem. 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 That kind of sounds like you're clearing your throat. Kachem. Sleep and don't piss yourself. Thank you. Thank you so much. I understand, Comet. I'm going for all of our sakes. I'm gonna move into the outro. Again, thank all of you guys for being here. It means a lot to see so many folks here for the Percy Jackson night. I know Percy Jackson means a lot to me. I grew up with it, reading it in my preteen years, so coming back to revisit it, not only like coming back to revisit it, but having it be a means to practice what I love to do, it's a really cool thing. And I am pleased that I can share it with you all. So, I pray everyone takes the merriment we mustered tonight. Hold it deep within your soul. Take it with you to bed, sleep tight, and let it flourish into the morrow. Stay merry, guys, and till I return, keep on swaying, wildflowers. Much love. Are you guys cool with the raid? Good girl. I'd like to raid one of my buddy's streams. If you want to, stick around. He's a cool guy. Goes by the name of Cookie. He's playing, I think, some Paper Mario. Either that or Minecraft. Let's go say hey. Stick around till the end if you want to join. If not, I pray you have a awesome night and sleep tight. Mwah.